you're this, you're that. Well, forget about that. You got to do this anyway, kind of culture. That's not intuitive. That's not compassionate. That's not wise. And it's not a substitute for living a life. And it's not a recipe for living a fulfilling one on any level that's authentic. So that's why people are grabbing with both hands that cocaine and stuffing it right up their noses, because an egoic way of life will lead you to getting something you think you can attain and pay for, and then you get the dopamine that way. But would you say that that is a wise way to live, or a slave-like existence where your every waking thought is consumed with how to get the next dopamine hit? So this means happiness. No, happiness is not the goal. This means changing our perspective to looking at suffering as energy and transmuting it skillfully, but in non-conventional ways, because it's not conventional. At this time, it's probably never been conventional. Spiritual practice has never been conventional, really. Now, in better times, it was more widespread, but how do we really know if we weren't there? The key is to be here now with what you view as suffering or not suffering, and to transmute the suffering into at least non-suffering, if not insight on how to not suffer unnecessarily via identification processes that are innate or normal and common, but have that suffering component to them that really is unnecessary. So coming back to aggravating misguided people, they're informative, they're instructive, they're teachers, they're constructive, they're good. They are good. They're catalysts for change. That person embodied this ideal, this craving, and now that craving is no longer there. It's been satisfied. The door on that has been closed. Your standards on interacting with people have risen. And this is some remnant of the past when that wasn't the case. And also people changed. They were skillful, and then they got some different type of programming that made them unskillful. And now they're an unskillful machine. It's a lawnmower that's just going on about its business without any regard to what it's doing. So that's just a good example of something not to emulate. It's like, okay, very common, very disappointing, very revealing, but it's also revealing how easy we can identify with these things without consciously realizing it, until we track back the suffering that we're experiencing and seeing, oh, well, there is the conduit that's still connected via identification. Because otherwise this would not be happening, this would not be manifesting. But see, there you have the third person seeing the theory, but also the practice and how we remedy that. The feelings are there, the theory has identified the causes, and yet here we have it. A slow-moving snake that still hasn't really processed all of that suffering yet. So that's the tail end of the process, is, yeah, that karma that's been suppressed, that's real, and it does need to be experienced, which means you're going to feel terrible from egoic point of view. for an indeterminate amount of time. Always put the HSP, CPTSD label on these things, because that HSP, that lets you know that your foolishness is a component to the trauma that should not be overlooked. But the compassionate part allows you to see that, because we make mistakes all the time. A non-egoically captured person can say that and learn from that, and also still care for oneself after that. Can people end up drinking more than they can manage once in a while? It happens. Are they bad people? No. Do they wish they could have gone back in time and stopped themselves? Most likely. Did it happen? No. What now? Well, suffering, depending on what they did or what happened that's associated with them, but they don't even remember it happened. I didn't kill those 10 people. That's what they say. Sometimes. But they did. It just wasn't them, not their right mind. So don't forget that you're doing everyone a favor, and as well as yourself, by taking the initiative and embracing and transforming suffering into insight. Personalizing suffering is a very common, normal, natural thing to do. It's also extremely unskillful. It's pretty automatic. We like to attribute, the ego will attribute, this is the thing causing the suffering. And then you create an aversionary bridge to that thing. You personalize it, you identify with it. Don't do that. You can catch yourself being caught in that, break out of it. It's a grip. Somebody comes in, they come from behind, they put a grip on you like an arm lock. You need to learn how to flip out of it. Just like martial arts. It's a martial arts move, it's an attack on your sense of well-being, it's an attack on your mood, it's an attack on your frequency, it's an attack on your energy. It's an attack on the future and the past, it's an attack on sanity. And how do you flip out of that? Well, the slow tail-eating snake, perhaps days, weeks, months, years of that will give you the substantive being changes, see, change in being, and not just the theory, the change in the theory. Because the change in the theory has to percolate into being, and it does it by the slow as molasses, snake-eating style, which, again, is open, and it really does depend on other factors. The ego is also giving you a false positive. It could be something bigger than that. Maybe 1,000 people, you don't know, were just killed somewhere. And they're sending that message and that vibe through a backdoor channel that is not well understood. So, but the ego gets that and starts affixing blame to things. So that's not the point. The point is to just see it as cosmic energy, sort of a part of Isa, I think, in a way, because ice burns. But you can use it to sterilize that stuff and gain clarity, sort of crystallize it outside of yourself and then drop it, refine it out of yourself. But see, that intuition of that process itself required long periods of extreme suffering. And the catalyst for that in the form of purgatory actors and machines that combined with identification create, and if you add then a high HSP amplification, let's say a 10,000 HSP amplification to something, and then an egoic lock on top of that, and you're looking at something that can tear you apart and will, especially if you just keep that suppressed and don't dissect it, take it apart, and then find the positive. Look, this is jet fuel. These pain machines, they're producing a lot of jet fuel. This is actually good. This is really uncomfortable. This is discomfort. This is discomfort zone type stuff. This is fortunate. See, if you have that reaction, if you come to that level of wisdom, if you embrace transformation in that way, then you embrace the challenge at some point. You embrace the pain, you embrace the process, and you embrace skillfulness. And then you embrace the wisdom associated with that. So change your perspective. Look at the people dispensing pain to you as machines. Just it's a vending machine and it's sending it your way. And you're connected to it via some type of wire or something, a conveyor belt. And then everything it sends to you, you're just taking in and letting it hit you. Instead of, like, you could just kick out the conveyor belt and the conveyor belt moves like 45 degrees away from you, and then there's a hole in the ground and it leads to the abyss. And so all those little packages these machines are sending just drop right in there. And nobody's counting those things. Nobody cares except you, and you don't care, so who cares? And then the whole thing takes on sort of a humorous kind of approach as well. Like, here they are sending all of these massive amounts of negative toxicity, cancerous, cultural kinds of infamies, and it just passes you straight by into the abyss. That is one hell of a setup, and yet that's what the sly man can do, because, kicking that conveyor belt to 45 degrees, the ego CEO would not have really approved of that. But you disabled the comms on the CEO, because guess who is actually in charge? It's not the CEO. So reclaim your power. You can walk out on a job. People don't do it because the reasons present themselves that might be pressing, but people can also plan on walking out on bad situations. And see, that gets back to the planning process. So during these times of reflection, if something is unacceptable, if there's too much pain, if it's too long-term, there's no possibility to deal with it effectively, which requires a long periods of healing at an ultra slow rate in solitude, then you might have to reconsider some practical aspects of your life now that you have new principles that are aligned with you, but perhaps misaligned with pain machines that are considered to be the end-all be-all of social accomplishment or external validation. So in many ways, it's completely opposite to an egoically programmed and boosted and predominant aspect of our personalities that have been conditioned to be that way by our educations that conditioned us in that way, and in a Skinnerist, Taylorist kind of way. That's a massive distortion in the balance of your humanity, right? Our humanity. Which is why there's also a massive increase in spiritual disease, dis-ease. They say mental illness to spiritual dis-ease. No ease. So you stopped working and you feel even more miserable than you did while you were working. But you're still supposed to suppress that for some type of greater good that is just a bunch of plantationist, sadists, and aliens and foreigners, essentially. People so far removed from your family and kith and kin that it couldn't be further from them. Just a global vacuum cleaner of good places, sending it to bad places, kind of distributive system that these monstrous people have plastered together for themselves. So yeah, that's sort of the global picture, but where does it look like in microenvironments? I mean, purgatory. Tacitus described Germania, Gurdjieff and others describe purgatory. But they just don't leave it at that. Oh, this is purgatory, we should just suffer needlessly. No. What does the sly man do? He turns, he gets the pain working for him. The pain of transformation is the pain of reality. The reality is we're living in a captured kind of prison, driven by lunatics. And these have historical reasons, and now this is the reality. So what do you do then? How do you escape? Well, see, the Gurdjieff would say you've just reached the first step, which is a terrible step. You feel like you've accomplished nothing. In fact, you've accomplished less. You feel robbed of your illusions. It does seem a bit discouraging, but that reality is really the key to liberation, because it puts you in that perspective, which is a real one, not the fairy tale fantasy one that is incongruent with being. Like sense of being, I should be happy, but I'm not, type of feeling that most modern Patuchinas, worldly people have. They just can't square that circle. Well, that's it. You have to merge the being in the thinking mind and accept what the feeling, emotional, essential person feels, and not what you've been told to think about things. Yes, this extremely dissatisfying, aggravating, perverted kind of relationship should be great, but does it feel that way? No, well then I guess it isn't it? You're just going to have to admit that to yourself. You're thinking your CEO mind, it will not want to admit that. It will bring up every argument that it can come up with. It will latch on to everything. Any kind of delusional signal that they aren't seeing things the wrong way. It's been trained to see things, to want things. So how could it question that? And what if that isn't then the case? Then what should they desire? See, it puts people into existential questions that they find disconcerting, and so they put it off. But the truth of the matter is that we make our own meaning out of what we encounter And we encounter things externally and also internally. Internally, we can encounter infinite things. Externally, we can encounter random things. The fact that we do encounter random things. We deceive ourselves thinking that today is the same as yesterday. It isn't. It's completely different. And the set of randomness rules apply to today as they did yesterday. Why didn't a war start today? Could have. Maybe tomorrow. Is it a wartime event? Maybe it will end tomorrow. It's random. 200 people blow up in some place that were responsible for everything, and the normal people take over. So what happens? Well, it's a return to normalcy. It was very unexpected. It was very random. Nobody could have predicted that asteroid would hit directly there within 1 meter radius and cause such a massive explosion. It's magic. So anything can happen, and does, and again, we egoically try to find some type of rational explanation for that. And yet, that might have a certain value to keep people moving, but that might actually not be accurate or all that meaningful to find explanations for things in purgatory, when randomness is the essential culprit. So that is another reason not to get too caught up in worldly things, and of course completely disidentifying yourself from outcomes. See, having an aim does not mean being attached to an outcome. It has the aim. You are aiming. Whether you hit the target or not is something else. But you are aiming. So some outside observer would say at the first shot you couldn't hit the side of a barn, but you are in that area. You are closer than a random shot with a 360 degrees kind of undirectionality. And then the second shot should be closer. Third shot, a big wind gust came, and that's why it was 3 centimeters to the right of center at 150 yards. The next shot, the wind died down, dead center. Or maybe it's a little too far to the right, you have to correct back. So give yourself enough shots, right? Give yourself enough time. And choose your targets wisely, so don't pick any old targets. These are targets that you can hit in your capacity. It's something that you're not setting yourself up to fail. You're setting yourself up to be challenged. You're setting yourself up to be in a discomfort zone, but you're bringing stuff with you that you think will help you complete the goal. And if it doesn't, you ditch it on the way. And you pick up other things that you need that you didn't think you need. And that's how aiming works. See, aiming, I like that ing. You have an aim, but you're always aiming. And yeah, shooting, you have to look. How many shots do you have? If it's one cartridge, then that's going to be a completely different method. You're only going to fire it if you know beyond any doubt that you're going to hit. And if you don't, then you have to start over right at zero, and that might really make you angry. And it might take you 3 days before you get another one. But that's where you are when you take that second shot. And so on and so forth. So it's not a failure, it's just perhaps a setback. It's also a chance to reconsider things. Do you have to take, maybe you overestimated a bunch of things and you underestimated a bunch of other things. So how can perhaps some alterations be made? And so that's when you start engaging your creative mind, and that should be the space that you open up for your mental activities, for your worldly activities, at least a portion of it. Free it up, and then just keep returning to the plan. Just like we return to wholesome thoughts and we drop unwholesome thoughts with the plan, we drop distracting thoughts and we return to the plan. Then we move on to the aims, and then we consider the next steps, and then we consider breaking up those steps into other steps to make it more achievable. And then we commit ourselves to act, and then we act. We do not just stick with the aim and the plans and the theory, because that would be a disconnection of vitality. That would be pointless. But of course, the time and pace of execution are up to us. So if you're not quite sure, give yourself more time. If you can give yourself more time, give yourself more time. Be more compassionate. You ever take one of those tests that give you 10 minutes and you fail because you're just too worked up? Don't give yourself, when you're making a plan, give yourself a lot of time. And you might not get it right the first time, so come back to it, maybe refine it a couple of times. But then once you decide that this is actually the thing that you want to achieve, then you have to commit yourself with no reservations. You cannot let anything hold you back from that, especially yourself, but others and whatever else might pop up, randomness. You can overcome randomness with patience and a lot of other things. Courage, virtue, philosophy, a lot of tools to overcome adversity, but overcoming them not just based on pure randomness, but because of your aim and your plan, that you stay committed to that, because that is what you need, or at least you think you need, to reach a place that is more acceptable to you, so that you can be living in harmony with being and not just mind. Giving a small preference to being and less of a preference for thinking. Counterintuitive for postmodernism, but that's just where we are culturally. So flipping that, no, you know what, feeling good and being in alignment and not overtaxing oneself or chasing things that one doesn't want anyway, for people one doesn't like. For instance, that's just a cockamamie way of living, so don't live that way. If you feel you're living that way and people are telling you you're not, that it's not that way, but you feel that way anyway, then look, you're going to have to just trust your guts on that. Despite what people say. If you feel differently, then follow that. Have a basic compassion for yourself and do the right thing for yourself. Don't get jammed up. Don't be distracted. Don't be thrown off course. Accept when things aren't satisfactory, and then plan on moving and adapting to something that is more satisfactory, despite what others might think. Because what do they know about you? Now, it's important to point out that none of that is a recipe for success. So if success is your outcome that you're dependent on, then you're losing focus on the work and the method and the practice and the karmic transformation, which is the real thing that matters. Metaphysically, see, materialist society doesn't admit that, doesn't see that way. Spiritual communities do. So you want to belong to the spiritual community, then you can have access to these things. It's really hard having a foot in both camps. But this is a way to act spiritually in this realm without losing the spirituality. In fact, making it the whole reason for doing things and its outcome independent, although one has an aim. A lot of these aims, it's about repetition. See, the one bullet or one cartridge analogy, see, is more scarcity based. This is usually where we usually are thinking. We're more fear oriented. Like, if I don't take this grape, the other ape's going to come and take it, so I better take it now. But we have a lot of shots. It's just we're not aiming in the right direction. We're aiming where people, society, unskillful ways of doing things and whatnot, where they would rather have us looking, that's what we're trying to hit. And even when we hit it, we don't feel like we've done anything really good, because we're out of alignment with being, as are the targets out of alignment with being that we are presented with. So we got to find the real targets before we start shooting. And there we got enough ammo. We really don't have to worry about it, but we should be more concerned about where we're aiming and what we're hitting, and then how we're feeling, measuring that, being in constant contact with our state of being. This should feel good, but it doesn't, and why? This doesn't feel right. Why doesn't it feel right? Okay, it might be this, this, and this. Maybe it's just the way you're looking at it. Maybe it isn't. All these things need to be digested slowly. And again, that could take 3 months of total solitude and doing nothing other than doing that. Will most people do that? Nope. Will a super normal minority of people do that? Well, they always have. And they always will. And if they're shunned by their crap temporaries and blamed and derided, then so much more the shame of their crap temporaries. But how about all that extra jet fuel for the practitioner? So if they can use it skillfully after a couple of days, even though they stink, like people can smell them a mile away, and nobody's supposed to light cigarettes in their vicinity because, yeah, then that's just the burden you have to bear for being a karma burner instead of a karma keeper or collector. So disidentify. That out there, it's not you, it's not yours. It's not your circus, it's not your monkeys. And just because you see something doesn't mean it's meaningful. And just because you think something doesn't make it meaningful. What you see has no meaning unless you give it a meaning. What you hear has no meaning unless you give it a meaning. So get practicing out there, people. These are lifelong journeys, and it is your full-time job. You should take it more seriously than your full-time job, because you really are just dead, or worse, if you're living in a state of non-stop dissatisfactions and distractions and egoic strivings and outcome dependencies and time constraints. That's not living. That is the prison Gurdjieff was talking about. What do we do when we realize that we are suffering on a subconscious level? Answer. We try to think our way out of it, but we're on the wrong level, right? We're on the wrong floor. So we're on the 8th floor of consciousness, trying to think our way out of a water main break below in the basement. So we might just be aware, like we'll hear like rushing water or we'll feel dampness, and we'll try to postulate that it has something to do with it, but we're just referencing our dimension on the 8th floor. So we might even have a theory, like imagine we have a diagram of the building and we're looking and we're thinking it must be this. Or even though this is unlikely, someone has said that when dampness is seeping in from below, that there's something. So there could be some type of water pipe that's broken. That's like there in the book. It's in the manual. But see, knowing that and then leaving the apartment or whatever it is, and then walking down the stairs and then bringing your tools and fixing it and cleaning up the mess, and that takes way more time than anybody coming from the 8th floor could possibly realize, because you have to leave thinking behind. Thinking is not doing. I'm going to take this 3-point shot and it's going to go straight into the hoop. I can think that. Then I try to do that, and what happens? Boing, the ball, boom. It might even miss the whole backboard. It's like a complete air ball. But I thought I could just pick it up and throw it, and it would go right in. Boing, this time it hits the backboard. You ever hit a really flimsy type of loud backboard? Boom, resounding. Boing. That's what we keep doing. And we've got the theory, but we just don't have that practice, and that's why we keep missing those shots. And just like in something as ridiculous as putting a ball through a hoop is, no matter how serious we take it, it's still not easy to accomplish, even if we want to or think we know how. Add to that none of this stuff is visible. It's all interior work, and everyone is similar but also different. These are really nuanced subtleties that everyone has to know for themselves, or don't have the capability of doing it, or might not need to do it because they don't have the same problems that you do, because they have a different karma than you. They're coming from a different place. They're going to a different place. Now, whether or not they can communicate with you on your level or not is also another question. Somebody, I talked to them, it might have been 24 hours straight. They nodded the whole time. Next day I asked them, so what did you remember? They said nothing. I don't know. So if you were working for them to understand something, did you waste your time? Or did you not? Or was that itself a teaching? What does it matter if someone understood what you said or not? I mean, of course, that can cause complications in purgatory. A lot of people like to use that, like just mix in a couple of falsehoods, overspice some statement, and then beat the band about it to poison other people that haven't been exposed to what you say. At least not the totality of it. They find the aversionary things, and then they present that. But see, your mind can play that role too. See something, it looks odd, it looks off, you don't understand it. Your moral mind's just going to throw some type of explanation to you that's quick, dirty, dismissive, and ignorant. And you'll just take that because that's what was the first thing that hit you. First impressions, they matter, don't they? And if you're primed to be a worldly person, then that's usually where things get shut down at the point of contact, because you're negatively biased towards these things because you've been told they don't really exist. It's all a bunch of malarkey until it isn't, and then you have no tools, and then they got drugs for you that don't really work all that well. I mean, okay, they might numb you. That's something, that's real, you can feel that. But numbing is not burning. So staying in stasis is not the idea. The idea is embracing transformation, which is to say embracing the pain and leaving it, transmuting it, but also burning it, which is to say eliminating it. No, the way I saw things yesterday, I don't see it that way today. I don't. I stopped seeing things that way. I see things this way. That way I was a victim. This way I am a grateful student. And I have taken responsibility. I have acknowledged my mistake. And I vow to never do it again. And I take these vows seriously because I cultivate sincerity in what I think, what I say, and what I do, although it doesn't always work out the way one wants. Because one gets caught up in the moment, one can be carried away by the emotions at any moment, but that's why it's a continuous practice. And yes, it is one of those things that is causal. And you don't know how people will understand things. For example, the Buddha in his day, he enraged many worldly people. They were apocalyptic with rage at the things he said. Just imagine that. I mean, you want to put on the level of stupidity those people. They're textbook caricatures of that at this time, 2,500 years later. So today, your crap temporaries, that's them. People that will achieve nothing despite what they think. And be considered fools after they die. Not enlightened teachers, and certainly not enlightened creatures, just some kind of creature that was misguided and now has been recycled into 3 bags of potting soil. Their oh so important physical appendages are now piles of dirt. But they didn't think that when they did the things they did, because they saw things from their point of view. They were egoically captured, so that's where we come back to solutions. So this suffering that's on subconscious levels, there's no other way than prayerful meditation. And using whatever techniques, multiple techniques, variations of techniques, combinations of techniques. Like for example, today the walking technique, I combined it with the cane technique. So I placed the cane behind in my lower back, and then I did slow walking while increasing tension on the cane, raising the energy levels, but also giving the stubborn horse, which is sometimes these stubborn horses, man, they can pull wagons. And in a way, they're sort of built that way. But we are misdirected. We're conditioned to go in the wrong direction. And so we have to pull that stubborn horse. And giving the horse more things to focus on is a way of communicating with the horse. So this is what we're doing. It doesn't ask the reason, it just does. But you do have to monitor it. You ever just tell a horse, hey, okay, just walk back and forth and hold this cane on your back? Did a horse ever do that? Yeah, your words mean nothing to your horse. Your inner animal means absolutely nothing. It's just barking sounds. So that all your theory means nothing to your horse either. It's what you do. It's your body language. It's your subconscious thoughts that matter to the horse. You feel bad? Well, the horse feels bad. Why does the horse feel bad? Well, you're neglecting the horse. You're mistreating the horse. You're telling the horse to do this, do that all the time, and it doesn't want to. That adds up over time. What do? You suppress it and you deny it and then you numb it. Is that a normal, common, vulgar way of dealing with these issues? Yeah. Nobody's got time to deal with these things that might require 10 days in the desert in a cave with minimal accoutrements that just dead out, do nothing, and focus on this stuff that is running havoc down there. So you have to fade the ego, and we're so egoically captured. I keep coming back to the locked jaw of a pit bull on something. That is our minds. We're locked onto worldliness, and we've been conditioned to stay locked on. The locking on is how people get things done, and that's the way we should be, and that's the only way we should be. But it's not. We have 3 separate personalities, according to Gurdjieff. The hysterical woman, I would just say hysterical child. Let's not say woman. They've changed since his time. A lot of his stuff regarding women from 1906 is way out of date. But we'll excuse him that, considering where he came from, at what time, and in what culture he grew up in, which probably no longer exists, but might exist more in places like Armenia or Bulgaria or other places. Maybe not. We don't know. Have you been there yesterday? Because if you were there 10 years ago, it probably isn't the same place either. Now, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. Some people, they make it through no matter how bad social conditions, socioeconomic and political conditions are. And really, God bless those ones too. But as a whole, you can go to a place and it can completely change, and not for the better. And then, what does your Rick Steves kind of travel report mean then at that time? It's some type of historically out of date kind of observation. But in any case, the point being, your egoic mind might say, all right, I'm going to do this, and then it'll be sabotaged by the childish personality, the other I. Or it'll get afraid the other I, and then it won't do it. I was going to do this. Why didn't I do this? Why do you keep saying that to yourself? Well, this is why. You don't know how to, you don't know what you're dealing with, which is a lot more complex, multifaceted, and nuanced than you were led to believe. You're just supposed to step and fetch, do this, do that, and get graded externally. You're not supposed to be thinking all that much. You're just supposed to be doing. Now, the idea can also be abused in ridiculously, comically misaligned caste or class systems where the upper classes are just a bunch of villains, essentially rent-seeking villains. No aristocracy, nothing noble about them, but have unbelievable amounts of worldly influence. And then on top of that, they have this conceit that there's some type of special class that can't be replaced, although they're not any form of aristocracy or elected kind of position that anyone would put them in if they knew them, and also what types of crimes they're involved in, cultural, social, economic, political, that, is sort of directly attributable to people being impoverished and run into the ground and misdirected. I mean, that's a really special class that every country should have, shouldn't it? Or not. Like, for example, the United States was a reaction to the English class system, which was completely loony and retrograde at that time. Greedy, full of greed, ill will, and delusion. Three poisons, that's what it sort of represented. It did not set up itself to reestablish a class system, but we see that through chicanery, there is a de facto class that is the luxury class, because it's the luxury nobody can afford. And they don't create luxury, nor do they support it. They just consume it until it's all gone, and then they're dead, and everyone else is screwed kind of class system. But of course, the whole time living in the conceit that one is not that way, and that one is divinely gifted the class position that isn't officially recognized, but they abide by it kind of a situation that is pretty repugnant and the opposite of what it set out to be, which was freedom from those types of maniacal systems and people that think that way. But here we are in purgatory, 2024, about as messed up as 1924 was, 100 years of just everything being messed up. But people still congratulating themselves. Apparently there's people that are so wealthy, they think the whole last 100 years has been great. And they're a class of sort of space cadets now, luxury space cadets now, that don't really reside anywhere but reside everywhere because of these monstrous companies that have been set up haven't yet been regulated out of existence because of a failure of political will, thanks to patsies and proxies and stooges and malign actors and other reasons that aren't good. So how will that be resolved? Well, we'll see. I'm sure the people in France didn't want to have to deal with a situation like that. Or anyone else that has to do. The Russians, they don't want to deal with what they have to deal with. Ukrainians, nobody asked them. Americans, the UK, all the people are sort of screwed, in their own way. Depending on how much they identify, or conversely, disidentify themselves, de-identify themselves with whatever these macro problems are supposed to represent other than horrific management and a lack of humanitarian ideas that are plausible, consistent, and clear instead of the hopped up, hooey, dewey, double backflip, purple smoke machine kind of utopianistic ideas that don't add up to a damn hill of beans kind of luxury belief people. So, but just because luxury beliefs are discredited doesn't mean we need to adopt authoritarianism either. It's really two sides of the same wooden nickel, isn't it? One or the other, two choices, that's it, move on. Just get back to work. We got this covered. We plantationists, we got this covered. Just trust us. Yeah, no, all of them need to go. There needs to be a thorough investigation. They think it's politics as usual. No. Well, politics as usual, forget about it. Turning the lights on anybody that was I would say not just anybody, let's just say 95% of the worst actors, just turning the lights on them, off on them. Your career is over. You were active in 2024 and had luxury beliefs. Your career is over. Don't ever go into politics ever again. Don't do anything of a civic or public nature. You want to write a book about it? Do it. You're retired. You insist on trying to mess up politics, the culture, and wealth guard or block or take how can anybody think of you as anything other than some type of bad actor? Hey, criminals, stop stealing. That's about the same way you can be if you think that's going to work, but I don't think some of these people are going to give up the habit. But we'll just see how the comedy progresses, how they finally get booted out, how life boots them out. That's why I think all people, you haven't been paying attention to politics, probably because you haven't been watching the right news channels. So you need to get scrambling on the internet and other places while it's still possible to try to figure this crap out, but not go the conspiracy route. People start telling you, I got the inside idea, it's aliens. That is one of their tricks to fool people. They drive people looking for questions into the wrong direction. That's safe, right? When you get up there and start talking about space aliens, you're not credible to them. So you have adopted a platform that's friendly to them. So the people doing that, they're their agents or their stooges. Don't go so far to conspiracy. Although, yeah, a certain amount of conspiracy is involved. This luxury belief system, it's a conspiracy, yeah. It's been foisted on people and it's been organized and they're misrepresenting themselves. And financing themselves mysteriously. So, yeah, that is a conspiracy. Now, how far do you need? Do you need to say the devil's directly doing it? Not really. You could just say it's detrimental for the entire world and Western culture specifically, and the people involved with that are bad. But you don't need to go so far as to make yourself sound ridiculous. But rest assured the other side will try to represent you as that because they're partisan operatives working for anarchy and tyranny and luxury beliefs. So my idea of a complete reset, it shouldn't sound as hysterical as it isn't. Right? I like to just bring things down to an old car. It's an old damn car. It's all messed up. Just junk it. Does that mean we're going to give up the concept of a car? Are we going to abandon all of our principles, all of our hard-won insights into civility, dignity, and respect? Is that what we're going to do too? Because that's what they want to do, but that's not what we're proposing here. We're proposing a completely new model that works to execute on its original mandate: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There you go. What country has that written into their own damn constitution? I'll tell you, not a single damn one of them. So, but getting back to that means junk in the junker, and we got a bunch of junk in the trunk. That junk in the trunk, it's old, it stinks, and it was wrong from day one. And it goes way back. Like, we're talking 1919, 1913, pre and post World War I. A gaping a hole in the history books for strange, not so strange reasons. Everything's focused on, certain memory war context type of parameters. But yeah, World War One, just forget about it. I might as well be talking about Napoleon in Moscow. No, actually, that's sort of all in play. Like the day before it set off, the same sort of pieces are still in play. Same types of organization and interest groups, and yeah, luxury classes. So identify the luxury classes in your country and the people that work for them. And those are the people you don't need in politics, or probably in the country. So you might have to rethink that one, because they don't think they're living in your country. They think they're living in their own damn country. That they just haven't declared, but is de facto the case. They're not going to change the name of the country, although some of them do. I still call it Burma. The people there call it something else. But the people who decide to call it something else really didn't have the authority to do that. But they think they did, and a lot of people think they did, so that's how these little dumb political conventions get started. But they had the temerity to think that they could actually pull that one off, and some people are still catering to that belief, just because they don't want to deal with the implications of that. Do a little bit more work than that. But yeah, that country itself is sort of in flux, isn't it? Just a bunch of different armed groups shooting at each other and pulling off whatever scams they can get away with. So that can work for a luxury class too. I mean, all the way down to 100, maybe 3, 5, 10,000 people. And the rest of the country is just fair game for them to predate on. Again, per the authoritarian model. Although the illiberal democratic one is sort of the same one. It's just a gray scale. How far down are you? How much is your society degenerated thanks to the luxury belief class type of scenario? Till you just have slave populations. Which they don't have a damn problem with at all. Although those virtue signal against slavery, they're the ones that traditionally were behind it, and in contemporary times have restarted the slave routes with massive amounts of dead people that you could add to the fentanyl deaths, which is also massive and ongoing. So compare that to like pre-Civil War USA kinds of scenarios versus what they're doing now in modern times. And then try to classify them on the war crime index. Is that high or low number? And then as a class, don't point out one individual. It is all of them, including where they've been educated. Educators get a special mention in this process from the lowest levels to the top. Probably at this point, 80% of them are stinky in that way. In the second estate, if we want to call them that. A neo-second estate. So that's their plan, their execution. I would say they started in 2014. We could say that was the beginning of the hybrid war. So we're 10 years into that now. These stooges and luxury beliefists have done nothing. They have sat on their big butts and done nothing. They have worked to undermine security further. They have worked to degrade social norms further. They have worked to degrade the economy further. They have worked to increase instability, polarization, and violence. No adequate response made at this time, 10 years in. Make a historical note. So I would say 2014, although the lead up, I would just say from 2000 to 2024, anybody involved in Western countries needs to have some kind of ultrasound done on them, like their entire body kind of thing, extended out to where they live and things of that nature. Because when you start dealing with social pathogens in the context of a world war, then how much of a luxury is that to continue to pay for goods you don't need and never needed in the first place? So my hope is these people will wake up and just cash out and leave, but we'll see. They have money and no scruples, and they don't feel like somebody's going to track it back to them. They're just going to continue to do what they can to further corrode and erode and attack and break down what third-party global villains perceive as some type of oppositional force to their plans for the planet, which don't seem to be all that great if you take their track records into account. But stupid people that are just supposed to do and not think, what do they care, finally, about thinking? When they're the equivalent of a bunch of robots in a factory that they're stuck in. So, not the best of pictures I know, which helps us to turn to the spiritual dimension yet again and leave all the pathologistic worldly concerns behind and do it on a regular basis and let that stuff go. Because what is there in purgatory? You would like there to be better conditions. You can do that. But you can't really change this world. You can't perfect this world. Now, by increasing your practice, you're increasing your chances of getting through this world in a better way and flowing like water, right? Let this stuff, all this stuff they splatter out, just let it roll right off your back. These are warlike measures. Don't personalize it. Don't identify with it. It's just what it is. Stay within your 1 meter monastery. You see something, say nothing I see means anything. Because that's true. It is. It doesn't mean anything. You think it means something, it doesn't. What do you think it means? You're probably wrong. Did you know the karma they had to end up that way? Could you have prevented that? Do you think? You're going to stand in front of a freight train and you're going to stop it with your little words and your little physical attempts? Look, these people who have damned and doomed themselves, they're going to the place that they are supposed to go. And will go, whether you like it or not. But as far as we're concerned, as far as taking control back, as far as your spirit, your mind, your heart goes, yeah, that's your responsibility. And the worse times get, the better your practice needs to be. Increase your practice. Something you think something's going down, that there's something happening in the cosmos. Increase your practice an hour a day. And it's still not enough, increase it more. That's where you have volition, and that's where you need to use it at the point of contact. If these things are getting through and wrestling with you and putting you in chokeholds and keeping you down or keeping you engaged, you see, your practice isn't up to par. You need to put in more practice. And then, like the judo master, they're going to grab onto you, and you're going to have these automatic reflexes. And these things would stop a normal person. Easy. Like a chokehold that just knock them straight out type of thing. But they do this, you do that. They do that, you do this. They do this, you do that. And it goes on. You're in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 12 moves. It's round 1, then it's round 2, then it's round 3, and then whoops, they come charging at you. The whole Komodo is flying in the wind, and then at that moment you just take them and you fall back in a roll, and that leg goes up, and that last demon is jettisoned into the abyss. But one wrong move until that point, if you had just said, no, I can't take it, this is it, this is the end, you never would have gotten there. It would have been another TKO submission for you. Back to round 1. Back to square 0. But okay, if that's the case, then that's what happens. And then it's starting the practice again. This is the new day. There is no yesterday. There is no tomorrow. There's just today. This is where the practice is. This is the point of contact. This is your mind. How clear is it? But realizing, thinking, you're not going to think yourself out of suffering. Your thinking will be able to identify that there's something there. That's your signal to initiate your practice, if you can. There's no other way of doing it. I was thinking the other day how to think of it. If you want to change from dog to horse, let's say your horse is abused, has been abused its entire life by you. And the horse knows you. And your horse doesn't like you. And so what you're doing now is like you're taking out a brush and you're like brushing off like the encrusted scabs and stuff off the horse. And it does like that, but it still doesn't trust you. And it's still got a way to go before it's even remotely in some kind of workable shape. Now that might be bad news for some of you starting late in practice, but that's just the way it is. Think of it that way. You're tending to a horse that has been through hell with no real wise, compassionate, or skillful treatment. So you're thinking, oh, well, now I'm finally getting to this. I'm going to be brushing this horse, and that horse will turn around and it'll try to kick you or something, bite you. It's not friendly towards you. And it's going to take lifelong practice to try to bridge that divide. And it can't really be forced. That horse, you don't convince a horse like that. It takes a long time to retrain a horse that has been mistreated. A long time. So bring patience to it. You're coming in saying, I need a quick fix, this is too much. No, You need to up your patience and up your ability to absorb and process pain, because that, again, is the only way the karma burning happens. You're not going to get free of that clutter if you don't submit to that process. It's just, it has to be done within the confines of your practice, and that's what gives it its extra efficiency and skill, because you're not going to get to it without either one of those. Not really effectively. You're just going to be suffering, and you're not really going to be getting through it the way you should, which is with a longer kind of viewpoint. Just like healing, you broke your leg, it's the first, second day you're healing. It's going to take its own damn time. Nobody can tell you, okay, kid, 3 weeks you'll be up and at 'em. They don't know. Could be complications. And the unique suffering that you have, nobody can know that, and nobody else can experience that. They can think they know what you're feeling, but they might have had a similar accident. They might have done this, this, and this to relieve the suffering, which may or may not be helpful in your case, but you're on your own. That's your healing journey. And it is open-end. A compassionate person does not put a timeline on that. And a compassionate person does not scream at the victim. A compassionate person works with the victim and brings a lot of patience. And every day, it's a healing day. It's not any other day than that. You make 5 minutes of progress, that's good. 1 minute of healing is good. And not adding more injuries if you can help it. Shielding yourself from suffering via the 5 precepts, and then healing whatever damage has been done. The more you can manage to transmute per day, potentially you could reach enlightenment. You could free yourself of all of your past lives and all of your future lives. That potential is there. So talk about playing the lottery. You're playing the spiritual lottery when you're practicing, and you could I won't say easily, but you have better probability of doing something good for yourself than you have by winning a worldly lottery. And because you win by degrees, you really do win every time you practice, if your practice is authentic and sincere. Because just like the horse only understands a certain language, like body language, the gods only understand sincerity and authenticity. That is the only sacrifice that they recognize. And they do recognize it because they're from within. You're lying about your authenticity, it's really just you're going through the motions like a cog. They're not going to give you anything for that. Why? What's the exchange? You gave nothing, they should give you something. Just because you think you're fooling yourself. Doesn't work. But if it is truly authentic, and this is, again, this rock bottom type of scenario, that's when the people finally get real with themselves, finally reach authenticity and sincerity. When they finally do that, that's when the gods come and they're finally transformed. That's one way of looking at it, if you want to use an analogy. Now, some people, anti-religious people, it's not the gods, the Buddha didn't say that, blah, blah. Well, look, you can see it that way, or you can see it the other way. Don't even bring gods into it, but if you're not sincere, if you're not authentic, you're not going to get sincere and authentic results, period. That's the whole takeaway. Without getting caught up on theological doctrines. So, yeah, what is the point? The point is it's not easy in purgatory, and it's easy to get identified, it's easy to get caught up, it's easy to be down on a lot of perspectives, but you have to continuously commit yourself to course correction on every level. Understand change in all of its dimensions and embrace it. As far as complex trauma goes, think of it as trauma cycles, because it's a cycle that starts at the beginning of every day and it doesn't end unless you disable it. So it's about constantly reliving trauma. That's the problem. And the propensity of human beings to do that after they've been attacked, possibly viciously undermined by all different types of forms and conditions and randomness. 3, 4, 5 sadists win an election, and that has a cascading effect, and then your shop goes out of business or something like that. House burns down, cartel takes over. Look, you're not at fault for that. But you also don't want to stay in a prison of the mind based on attachments to changing forms and conditions and the preeminence of the five sense realm belonging to factors, to test people per the Job model. If you need one story, that's one you can read. If you think you have troubles, people have worse trouble than you. Whatever your troubles are, somebody has it worse. They do. Think of what that could be, because that will help you expand your mind. There are people dealing with that. So compartmentalize it. The Buddha, he abstracted it into infinity. He said it's just suffering. Suffering as a neutral variable. But that variable can be very high, or it can be zero. It can be nibbana. Now, physical suffering, that's pretty hard to overcome, but not impossible. They say the Buddha suffered terribly, like beyond human comprehension, kind of bad, in the last days of his life. Dying of dysentery is one of the worst ways to go. But his practice was so good that it superseded his physical pain. He was not there writhing on the ground, oh God, I was wrong, please. No. He managed it perfectly well. He knew what it was, like electronic signals to other parts, because that's how the body operates. And that pain can be a side effect of certain processes that's happening. In perfect neutrality, with no blame, no craving, and no attachments. He was not attached to this life, this dimension. In fact, he completely freed himself from all attachments. And so there was no friction for him. So breaking a cycle of trauma, look, it's egoic locks, it's subconscious suffering, it's a misalignment of the three parts of the personality, and it's repeating. Now that might sound terrible, but to hear that repeating, and it's emanating from within you, so what tools can you bring to bear, including insight, into this matter in order to untie whatever knots are particular to you, but really shouldn't be there. It's just they keep reforming themselves to give you an impression that it has a specific reality to it. But that is, again, a mirage. It's a delusion. It's just a repetitive signal from some type of failed reaction that is reacting to something that isn't there, at least not consciously, and shouldn't be there subconsciously. And that's where we come to certain things like, well, why aren't people compassionate with themselves? Well, on a subconscious level, they might still be blaming themselves. They don't feel like the person has deserved enough compassion to engage in self-care. And of course, nobody in their right mind would consciously do that. But we're talking about subconscious. Subconscious has all different types of weird, crazy stuff that can happen based on suppression, based on denial, based on repetition, based on conditioning, based on just a malicious, toxic socio-economic and political environment. It could be cultural decline, it could be war, it could be scarcity, it could be maniacal forces of any old description. It could be the 2nd century AD in Italy. It could be the 14th century in the UK. So this purgatory-like planet has never been free of problems and never will be. It goes through cycles, and some things are on the ascendancy and some on the descendancy. And bad things can be on the ascendancy and good things on the descendancy, and then it can reverse. So the good news is, if you're a good person, then engage in good practice and eat of the fruit thereof, despite forms and conditions and randomness. Because that's what the Buddha did, and that's what he taught. And that's the only way to do it. It's the only way it can be done, because these factors are eternal and permanent. They are essential components of how this dimension functions. It's like physics. When you understand physics, you can use it. These truths, although very off-putting for delusional personality types that would rather engage in suppression and denial, they might have a problem with it, but why should you be someone like that? You can read a physics book, you can take those truths to heart, and then think and act appropriately, such as not becoming overly attached to things that are impermanent. I mean, how simple that is to say, and yet look how we feel every time. We have X is removed from us, what do we feel? That's right. Why? Well, we've identified with an external thing. We poured our heart, our soul, our desires, our feeling, our empathy into an external thing that is no longer there, or is not reciprocating, or is indeed hostile, despite what one initially thought the situation was, because things change. That little pony that you thought was so nice came over and just bit you on the hand for no reason. Oh my God, why? Somebody make that short video. It could be like a loop cartoon video. Just to jive home the point. There's no rhyme or reason to a lot of this, but some of it is on such a meta level. It's like 8 or 10 degree chess, how these things can happen. Based on the stars and so many other factors that we're not aware of. but are absolutely in play. Come on. What do you know about dark energy or solar flares or the electromagnetic spectrum? How much do you really know about all those things, do you think? Huh? What? Look at this. Look at these people just playing pretend that they know what this reality is all about. They have no clue. But take everything seriously, especially insults. Insults are just words. The person who hears a word and is insulted is committing the act themselves. Look, when somebody, and I have been called every name in the book 3 times in different languages, but never once did it apply to me, because it didn't. They were just words. The one word they were missing was bodhisattva, but they didn't know Pali, so I guess that says something about them. But just saying that word doesn't mean you're one of them. And even if you say it, what are you looking for? Some type of social recognition? It's either true or it's not. What part of the 5 precepts of lying does one not understand? But people use words. They use words this way, they use them that way. They use them up, they use them down. They use them for praise and they use them for blame. And yet look how people get worked up about words, just words. What? It's just air. It's vibrating air. But it's the ego that takes these hits, and it's self-generated. It's like punching yourself in the face and the balls and everywhere else. Here, there's this word, this pinball. I'm putting it in my pinball machine. I'm hitting every single thing 10 times as an HSP. Why? It's so unskillful, it's so normal, it's so common, it's so vulgar, it's so unnecessary. And look at these people, they're racking up the points. It's like, da-ding, 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 da-ding. They're hitting the jackpot. It's tilting the machine. They're knocking themselves out over insult. So don't be like that. Look at it in the extreme. Look how ridiculous it is. Well, look at the gray zone you're in. Why are you still busted up about words? They don't matter. What matters is how you think. Your attitudinals, they matter. But your funky logic that kicks is some type of dissatisfaction machine, that doesn't make any damn sense, but you think it does. And that's why that jet of dissatisfaction just keeps getting sprayed in your face. So find the weak spots in these dissatisfaction machines and disable them. Find the points, whatever's the cheapest, most efficient way of doing it, and then it just might be you have to push this connectors link out that holds these 2 flimsy logical suppositions together, and boom, the whole formula falls apart, and the dissatisfaction as well. It's marvelous. You ever see that? Like a big black, the old school blackboards with the chalk. There's like it's an ongoing mathematical formula. But you just walk right in and you go straight through it, and then you find the point. Yeah, guess what? This part, it doesn't check out. Ergo, this big long answer here on the end doesn't check out. It's nonsense. So when you do that via deep meditation, and so then you can dismiss dissatisfaction per se, regardless where it's coming from, and you can keep driving that home fact to the subconscious that still wants to stubbornly believe that you're wrong, because it was conditioned in a certain way of egoic thinking, and letting that go isn't as easy as it should be. Just like training a dog to poop outside of a certain area, it should be simple until it isn't. And then you have to take the time to train the dog at the appropriate time when it becomes a problem and not before. You can't create a perfect training program until you know what you need, right? Like, you can't really know until you start doing a triathlon what would be helpful exercises and which ones not, and for what reasons. So there is no shame in taking on hits and making misperceptions, but see, the ego wants to be perfect. And so it has these incessant demands that are impossible to fill. And so we can lead ourselves to believe that we're not worthy to even exist because of that. And how totally foolish would that be? Like, that's just ridiculous to see things that way. Yet that's this conditioning to a certain extent, or karma. Perhaps this is a very odd way of seeing the world for other people, but for certain people this is one of these ridiculous things that can be running on sub-processes. So if it is, for God's sake, shut it down, shut it off, disconnect it, pull the wires out. the thing the thing doesn't need to be running. It's connected to a lawnmower outside that's been running for years, and it's been bothering everyone and it's been doing nothing. Disconnect just whatever complicated wires keeping that thing running. Rip it the hell out. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't do it cleanly, at least your whole environment is then missing that type of noise pollution and waste of activity and energy. Yeah. If your mechanism is consumed with such a negative kind of self-talk or perceptions, you're going to have a very difficult time adapting and meeting all of life's challenges with the vitality that it requires, and not be some type of zombified, half-dazed, dissociated person because they've created so many different problems in your life. Or you've done it to yourself. No, it depends on what authoritarian society you're living in. But in any case, yeah, wherever you find yourself, you just need to be able to heal yourself from misperceptions in general and abstract them and heal and understand the complexities associated with that. And that it's not done in a day. You need to bring patience. Life can break every bone in your body, so if metaphorically that's been done to you on the inside due to false framing or other types of maniacal psychological attacks, underminings and misframings and you name it, well, look, that's just one of these environmental variables that can pop up from time to time. So how do you deal with the rain when it shows up unexpectedly? I think weathering the rain in a great poncho is fun. So ponchify yourselves. Go out and get some ponchos and go out and train them in the field and be in the rain. Be with the rain. That's a good time and place to be. Another way of looking at the essential self is as the original mind. So this is a perspective that goes beyond ego. See, behind ego is infiniteness. So then you can see beyond the individual persona, and it opens up just that heaven for you, to deep space, where you can dwarf all of these worldly harassments and agitations and disappointments and blamings and all of the unwholesome things. Just build a little box for yourself, like draw a box and put all unwholesome thoughts that you come across or can think of into them, so that you can just visually see it. And every time it occurs in your mind, you notice at least that it's an unwholesome thought, right? Like a bird book. It's a book of birds. It's a book of unwholesome thoughts. Yeah, don't think those thoughts. As soon as you know it's unwholesome, you can drop it. Of course, within limits, you should be acting according to the 5 precepts. So if you're not doing that, it's pretty clear that maybe those things that you're doing are trying to tell you not to do those things. So it's not like a complete separation from accountability. No, you need to be quite aware of what you're doing and whether or not that is wise. It's just on top of that, all of the mental or spiritual dimension or self-talk or attitudinals or framings or perspectives or takes or narratives. In that wacky world, this can work. But it does require your constant attention and vigilance not to succumb to one of these unwholesome ways of thinking, speaking, acting, because we know that's a cascade of causality that can be very injurious to ourselves and others. So it's very important that we bring sincerity and authenticity in everything we do, but the practice must be the most authentic so that we can be most authentically for ourselves, so that we can even function on some basic level, because we won't be able to do that if we can't get ourselves in some kind of acceptable kind of existence shape. And why shouldn't it be? If we take ourselves back to primates, we're living beings. We have feet, we have arms, we breathe. You have very basic needs. It's no shame to not have anything beyond that and have this whole experience instead, which is an experience of liberation that might come at you at the right time, like maybe on your path at the age of 50 or 40 or 30 or 25 or something, and you've had some type of pivotal experience, and this is precisely what you needed to get you through that. And if that's the case, great, then heal yourselves. Don't have any grudges. Do the best you can. Keep it positive. Have compassion for others. Avoid foolish people and things. And do the best you can under the conditions here. And realize it's not just about being comfortable. No. Absolutely not. In many cases, it's the reverse of that. Why do people go hiking? Yeah. Why do people go on a pilgrimage? Yeah, that's why. They've embraced the journey on all levels, and they didn't let themselves get stuck on attachments to place or people or things or politics or personalities or whatever it is that people get hung up on, because this is the way out. And it's an interior exercise, so you can still maintain doing or living a life that's acceptable. I mean, it's not going to be perfect, people. Don't listen to these other people promising a promised land, because all that does is set your expectations up for some type of paradise on earth. It's never going to be that. It's always about individual practice. Now, it's great when there's others out there thriving, and it's great when groups also get together and do great things, but that is rare in this realm. Very rare. So the next time you're in the vicinity of someone who is considered venerable, you need to appreciate that as best you can. You should really be very appreciative of that, because such people are really few and far between in the world. And they're not always amongst us. I mean, they're not there forever. I mean, you would wish they would live longer than others, but oftentimes it's the opposite that's the case. So cherish them while they're on this earth, but really is mano a mano. A lot of times it's at the point of contact where you are. That's where your practice needs to be. But yeah, the original self, that shows, see, look at our egoic impatience. We're like complaining that it's slow as molasses and like watching paint dry. But see, look at our weird expectations for something scintillating and fast. We want the fast food. It takes a minimum amount of time and tastes pretty good kind of solution. But that's not how spirituality works. It's the opposite. Spirituality is a lifelong process, and it's fraught with a lot of difficulties, hang-ups, mistakes, problems, people, places, things, right? And you just don't know what those could be. Like, you could make all the types of rational decisions you want to make, and then some decision gets made upstairs and the rug gets pulled out from underneath, like your entire culture and economy. Like, who could have calculated that? And yet, these things can happen, apparently. But, like, do you stay that way? Do you just go away? What happens? Do you make a couple of baby steps in a different kind of way of thinking? Or was that it? Was it lights out, curtains, no more? Something kind of trajectory. Because if so, you went down boxing, which is worth something. You at least dodged a bunch of the blatant haymaker swings they've made. You ducked those, so, and you gave a little bit back. You mixed it up a little bit. You helped some people in some strange places, and that's just the way this crazy world works. But yeah, everything has a price. And the price of overcoming delusion is, being deceived. So we can be deceived by anything. And then we can be shown the reality of the situation. Oh, I didn't think people would be that ridiculous. Oops. Your level of ridiculousness was not up to date. So surprised. That's how things work. That's why it's best not to get caught up on the jazz. Just keep it moving. Keep it rolling. That's how it's done. Keep it moving. Keep it cool. Keep it nibbana. I came back to the idea of disengaging, also disassociating. See, disassociating has some negative connotation to it based on psychological analysis or critiques. Somebody could say, well, you've adopted a dissociative personality complex. But without taking things that far or turning it into a criticism, if you can see that as a skill, detachment, like there's a burr on your Wrangler 501, or no, Levi's, or your dark blue jeans, and you detach the burr from the blue jeans and you drop it, you've done yourself a favor. And you've done the burr a favor. The burr can then land where it can do its thing, and your genes, they're looking the way they should look, which is not full of burrs. But it's also understandable how that can happen if you're going through landscapes that have burrs. In fact, that's why you put on the jeans in the first place, because they're pretty good to have in places where you'd otherwise get torn up if you didn't have. In fact, very few burrs will stick to jeans because they've got that fabric that people like, because it has those qualities. It's very hard wearing. But detachment, yeah, it's a skill. So yeah, people could overdo it. But in my experience, people underdo detachment. They're caught up. They identify. They go out of themselves into a group. Their psychology, their identity is out there as a persona that they feel is something that others should approve. And so this is one of the insidious aspects of the conditioning that we received during our education, is that we take the group thinking with us once we're no longer in the group, because that's how we've been conditioned to think. We've been over-socialized. Now, socialized is a word, right? I wouldn't call that socialization. Sort of like randoization. You're thrown in with a bunch of people you have nothing in common with and have to work with them. Now, look, you could see that as transformative, because if you take the approach of embracing negativity for transformational purposes, then you could see that as an opportunity. However, in my estimation, it's just too much. 5 days a week for years on end, that's just way too much. If you're dealing with extremely negative conditions, but by golly, if you do come out of that tunnel, you will be transformed if you adopt the embracing of negativity or certain aspects of it for transformational purposes. Because let us forget, in purgatory there's no such thing as a perfect outcome necessarily, except a perfect liberation, which is possible but not always achievable in one lifetime. But detachment is a wonderful skill, and in fact there should be a philosophy of detachment or disassociation, which is part of the tool set of Stoicism or just Greek philosophy in general, which is how to see yourself engaging in out of mind, out of self-experience, and then catching yourself, dropping what enticed you to identify with it, which caused suffering, and to do that over and over again whenever it appears, whenever you say to yourself, I am aware. See, I like that better than I am. I like to put extras on it. I am here. I am now. I am aware. I am awake. I am detached. Right? I am just me. And then you can say, I'm not me. I'm not mine. And that's when you get to the void. Essentially, those are the theoretical steps that you need to manifest so that they are true for you. That you hit those series of buttons in that sequence, and then all mental burrs just get vaporized off you. with a act of detachment, intentional detachment. And then you can think to yourself, yes, here's the human animal, the human dog. It wanted to run and grab that ball and run with it. And I hit that button and the dog returned to its spot and came to heel. And the ball is sitting out there and the dog is looking at it, but it's not engaging with it. Just imagine for yourself a very well-trained German Shepherd sitting, sometimes when they come to a sitting posture, but they've been running, they're panting, and the mouth is open and the tongue's out, and it's watching and the ears are up. It's watching the ball, but it doesn't have it in its mouth. It knows how to drop things. That is a trained dog. Versus the dog that you have to chase with the ball that is well equipped to outrun you and has not even the smallest rationale that you can use that would keep it to come back unless you can come up with one. Maybe you have a dog treat and you have to go into some type of brokering mode. But you can't be doing that all the time. Isn't that ridiculous? Have you ever seen people trying to just constantly negotiate with bad dogs? So now your training might start out that way, but it shouldn't end that way. There should be, you might have to put some more measures in place, but not measures like sadistically beating the dog, because that would be counterproductive. But that's what many people do in the form of self-criticism. But then they end up suppressing that. And then they end up denying that. And then they end up with a lot of dissatisfaction on a subconscious level, which poisons all of their attitudinals, such as, is this possible? No, that's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Well, I just don't think so. I don't feel like it's possible. Well, why don't you feel it's possible? Well, I just don't. See, and then it reverts back to subconscious level. Well, do you know why? Well, actually, I don't know why. I don't want to know why. See, ever meet people like that? Have you ever been in that kind of state of mind? Because that's a blockage, that's an impasse, that's an indication that there's something else in play. It's not even rational, it's something nebulous, isn't it? It's something keeping you from seeing better options and pursuing them because you're already closed-minded. You have dissatisfaction. The box of your heart and mind is the square box. It's like a form. You've put the clay in there and you just stamped it in. That clay of dissatisfaction and negative attitudinals and disappointments and not taking your essential self seriously. And yeah, you don't want to do this, but by golly, you're going to do it because other people are relying on you, and stamp with the foot of the clay into the square form. Then let it harden in the sun days on end. Yeah, breaking that up, even consciously, with dedicated effort, is now difficult. And the more you add to that technique, the more difficult it becomes. So getting put into unskillful conditionality like that is a terrible position to be in psychologically. And yet, well, if you think of a 95-5 society model where you have 5% of people that are unimaginably wealthy and free and don't want to be hindered by 95% of the cogs that make that wealth and freedom possible by some type of machinations and exploitations and misdirections and gaslightings and all of that, then yeah, a lot of this world makes sense all of a sudden. But of course they would claim to not be doing that, because that would be disreputable, wouldn't it? And that's not what they are. They're the most respectable people in society. They're rich, so obviously they're accomplished. It's that simple in 95.5 societies. It's just sort of obscured for political reasons. Should we call it that? Let's just be euphemistic. What motivates greed? Well, more greed. Greedy people are motivated by greed, and then greed represents itself in them taking more than they deserve, which for a greedy person is nothing. A greedy person does not deserve anything. But then you would need a regulatory body that would regulate that, but that's exactly what they target, because that is the break to their greed, and they don't want breaks to their defilements. Just like the junkie doesn't want anything hindering his next hit, which is not only irrational but also self-harming, and yet it's a common occurrence. Everybody knows it all around the world. Let's not, don't just think of the place where people are dying all around you. Think about other countries like Afghanistan or the Congo or Argentina or Serbia or Kazakhstan. Same type of personality traits of junkies and despots. So are they hard to recognize? I don't think so. I think now people, now that we have we know what junkies look like. We now need to revise what despots and a class of despots, the globists, have congealed themselves into, and their little gambles and their little rhetorical sophistic devices and shell games that they've been involved in. And as things become progressively more austere, then they sort of do stand out, don't they? Like the stinky digit, the stinky middle finger that they represent to civil society. So a class, yes, a class that has bubble-fied themselves in ideology, self-serving narratives, alternative histories, ideological minder, PMC forces, administrators, mandarins, police, notaries, lawyers, accountants. Oh, let's not forget doctors and pharmaceuticals. They're sort of in the drug business and sort of not. They got the legal side and then the illicit side. And then let's not, security rackets. Yeah, pay up and, well, security is what it is. But if you don't pay up, then the security is going to secure you in some type of cage and take your stuff, kind of thing. So human, all too human. Now, some people said that all countries after 250 years or within 200 years of their founding have crises, and this is historically just the way things are. But why is that? Well, people start gaming the systems and creating little criminal classes like they do. Little gangs of very greedy people that think they're too clever to be caught by the general public, the the sleuths and detectives of civil society, even if they're exposed, they're not all that concerned, are they? So, but of course, yeah, they officially they don't exist. Just their little proxies, they're throwaway little puppets. They're the big deals in their kabuki kinds of zones. But yeah, what happens in places like that? I think the kings of old have more authority, and their actions sort of justified them in some way, whereas this class, they just sell out to um, strategically vicious or more vicious than them kinds of interests. They don't just have greed, which typifies the Western fools, but actually more malice. They're more sadistic than their Western counterparts, as far as not just destroying and enslaving their domestic captured populations, but looking to expand the franchise. So essentially destroying the entire planet in the process of satiating. Not greed, mind you, but sadism. Just the power of being able to shoot people without, or starve them out, or flip them without any pushback. That's the post-enlightenment motivational theoretical concept for what is behind their administrations on a lot of different levels, which have reached the level of war crimes, cultural war crimes, but only in a future society that has made their ways of operating illegal officially. But we're not there yet. We're in this interim period where their illicit behavior is still extant, pretty widespread, the prevailing reality, 95.5 kind of situation. So yeah, I guess under those conditions, credibility will continue to erode. And why is that? Well, it's the weight of the 95% of people getting ripped off from Monday to Sunday. Up, down, left, right, backwards, forwards. The people that are supposed to have short and brutal lives for no other reason other than an extreme minority of sadists decided that that was better for them. Who would propose anybody to do that? Well, nobody in their right mind would do it, but that's not what we're talking about. These things don't get off the ground by people in their right minds, quite the contrary. So it's easy to get attached to absurdities like that. It's easy to get yourself identified into the problem-solving process if you're conditioned to think within the context of what is good for a group that you may feel identified with. So essentially, that's the process that could be causing you suffering. Now, in some cases, depending on the karma of your position in a society, it may be your karma that you're someone who is somewhat required to give these things some consideration just based on the fact that who else can do it if no one else is capable of doing it or doing it, so that others, the majority of one's kind, benefit from said system, then is that not somewhat of a social duty, despite being unrewarding on every level? in terms of living in purgatory with the people that have determined these horrible conditions. Well, look, that's the time we're in. So we're talking about an abundance of jet fuel for transformation, which means disengaging as much as possible. So we're supposed to be the new peasants that own nothing, are perpetually undermined, are suppressed, are unwanted, replaceable, annoying, dangerous, etc., by despots. Well, okay, isn't that nice to know? How about we stop looking to engage with people like that and looking to disengage as much as possible for humanitarian reasons? Nothing else. It doesn't mean you're rejecting them. It doesn't mean they are bad necessarily. It's very possible they're playing a catalyst role and don't realize it, because that is essentially what they're doing. On the other hand, getting what you think you want, that's sort of how delusion works. Whereas renunciation is what the Buddha did, which was smart 2,500 years ago and is smart today. Now, I have seen young people who say that phrase, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Look, that's actually a cool thing to entertain. First off, you do own nothing. Even if you think you own something, you don't. And knowing you don't own anything and being happy, that's actually a very good thing. Or having little to nothing and still being happy, that's a very useful talent and power to have, is it not? So it's not about not owning anything, which I recommend. Even if you own something, you should psychologically think of it as not being yours, that you are just a steward of it for a time, which may or may not have certain responsibilities associated with it, which may or may not be true or rational or possible. But you're not in the habit of cluttering your life with the carrots that these despots throw out, because they're just attached to a lot more sticks than carrots. I think that 95.5 really says everything. It's like you will get 5% out of working with them on some level, but you're going to lose 95% of either your sanity, dignity, civility, or respect. So, a sadist is only giving you enough so that they can torture you. But if you die, there's millions of others that they can play their games on. Because for them, it's not about the money. There's no way in hell it's about the money, because it isn't. If these people are serious as a heart attack, their crimes are immense. If they wanted it to be about money, they would make it about the money. But they don't. They create, at the great expense, movies that are objectively horrible consistently. So how random is that, do you think? So if you're stuck in enlightenment thinking like, oh, well, obviously there's an economic reason for that. No, there isn't. It's sadism. We're going back to, we're in a barbaric time, right? We're in post-moronic times. So in a way, it is sort of the end of history. It's the end of a reliable history with Mandarin administrators that have been dunked in the booby tank. So yeah, disengaging is a good skill to have in times like these, and socially disengaging, despite being socially conditioned, is one of those things that we modern morons need to deal with, specifically based on the conditioning that we got, which took our focus off of the internal states and into a public contest of that never ends if you have your focus there, your locus there, instead of inside where it belongs. Because really, no matter what happens with greater society, your individual journey is the primary thing. There's nothing I can say about 100 people that really matters to them on an individual level, unless they make it matter to them. And so what good words can you tell to 100 people? Well, hey, how about this? It is about you on a certain level. It's about your journey. It's about what insight do you carry from this life to the next? How much karma can you burn in this life? How many past lives can you jettison? And how can you refrain from making things here worse than they already are? And yet, perhaps they're not as bad as you might think, because you have been conditioned perhaps in such a way that you have this immense amount of negativity within you that you can now use skillfully for transformation. And see it as an opportunity. Look, if everything was easy and you just fell into a materialist lifestyle and you were in a comfortable lifestyle, this life would not be so transformational. Like Gorgie, if you look at his life, he didn't really start his spiritual journey until he was 50. He had like 3, 4, 5 different crazy jobs, more than that, 20 crazy jobs. He was a traveling repairman for machines in the Caucasus and in the Balkans, and at the turn of the 20th century. Come on. He made money, lost money, got jumped, robbed, had to leave Russia during the Bolshevik Revolution. I mean, my God, the man did not just experience success, he experienced a lot of discomfort. He also rejected the norm, do things different than how other people do things. Because that force, so you have to look at how people do things, and then you have to think up how to do things differently. You see how that's a very useful practice? Even if it's absurd, because it's transformative. As a baseline, it's a basic baseline philosophy. It's a practice, just that alone. And yet the enormity of the difficulties he faced in life, including also physical challenges, terrible car accident, terrible pain. So it's not just about insight, it's not about theory, it is about practice. And this is what we have. So we have the truth. The truth is 95.5. They did it over 100 plus years. It's 5%. So they're mandarins, and I would say 10,000 in on it. And who are they? Well, let's say they were a combination of the people who lost the revolutionary, in the U.S., they lost the Revolutionary War. A lot of people weren't happy about that. And the people who lost the Civil War, who probably started the Civil War, they weren't happy about that either. And that type of, turncoats like Benedict Arnold, sort of better than now, uh, Anglican Church affiliated, Wilsonian, stooge-like people that had something against the United States and thereby extension of Western European or Western civilization and its evolution out of feudalistic, totalitarian forms of government based on a class of retrobates, narcissists, sadists, and schemers and psychopaths. So they had the motive, they had the lineage, and they put the kibosh on it 100 plus years ago and have just been PRing and Bernazing their way to the real statistics that we have today that they dispute in their alternative reality number matrix that they have going for themselves, where their preference is on increasing their wealth via the stock market and their real estate holdings. And yeah, the peasant classes be damned. Who cares? Get some new ones from somewhere. Fly them in, ship them in. Old slave style. We need 100 cane cutters for this molasses operation. Well, send some people out in the bush and we'll be here when you get back kind of people. Oh, only 90 showed up because 10 died. Who cares? Send another boat because these ones aren't going to last. Type people don't have that spiritual focus to them, do they? Sort of that 5 cents realm, worldly, ambitious kind of way of seeing things. Judging themselves and others on the basis of their KPIs at the end of that, which means they're rich, versus someone who doesn't do that, who is a bad person, someone not so accomplished, someone who's morally questionable because of their strange opinions that revolve around a lot of hate for other people, they say. So yeah, don't forget they've screwed up anthropology, sociology, psychology, social engineering. They've screwed up history. They've screwed up the humanities. They've screwed up the courts, the laws. They've screwed up the ownership of things, the management of things, the maintenance of things. They've screwed up the social dynamic. They've screwed up architecture. They've screwed up art. They've screwed up all forms of entertainment. Including the casting of these buffoonish sports teams that nobody should be watching or paying a cent for. They screwed up the culture. They screwed up the relationships between men and women. They screwed up families. What haven't they screwed up? How about geopolitics? What else? Have I missed something? Essentially, you gave the worst people in the world the opportunity to do their worst here. And they have. And instead of retiring, they are doubling down on making it more and more of a monopoly and less of a real thing. So what does that mean? Well, you say this bad word, they can arrest you and throw away the key, and well, it's back to those mint juleps and whatever else they're into, bongo parties or voodoo, or at some point I hope there is more analysis done on the people that are truly responsible for this. But at this time, that's up for debate, especially if this could take some time to unravel. And then the questions of what remains after that is going to really be sort of probably contested for some time, because these people are very political, because if they don't have the politics, they don't have anything else. So I do think people should understand this as a political struggle and not really a class one, although once the political struggle is decided in the favor of civil society, then you need to retroactively go into understanding how this class was comprised, who comprised it, and making sure that they are dismantled completely. Because you leave any part of these people anywhere, like they did in Russia in the 90s, look what happens 30 years later. More of a monopoly than they were when they rebooted the old thing, doing it in a new way. So what is good? Well, representative government is good. What is bad? Well, what they do. Their model. And as stupid as they are, just like greedy people are, they just don't care about the negative effects they have on their own countries, societies, cultures, or the world. They don't care. So a normal person would care, they don't care. So people need to realize that they now exist as a class. There's different forms of them, they have different attributes that they share. There's ways of identifying them, and you do need to identify them and see them for the pathological transformation that they represent, or their pathological agents that they represent, and treat them accordingly. This is a dangerous person connected with dangerous people doing terrible, destructive things to people, places, and things that do matter and do deserve better than what they have in store for it. Now, getting past these retrobates, this luxury class that nobody can afford or needs, what would be required? Well, cultural rejuvenation. There's going to have to be all different kinds of programs to restore civil society, and not in some type of Frankenstein monstrosity, but based on tried and true principles that work, that are not questionable, that are not theoretical, that everybody knows works, but have nothing to do with their radicalized psychological kinds of paradigms that they've been foisting off on the world for decades now. Just the massive destructive effect these monsters have had on literature. Just they look at the curriculum. It's like 30 years ago they induced post-structuralism. It's just like flatline, nothing but trash after that. So these are Yakudi-like cultural suppressionist specialists. And they really like to get in front of the issues, get their big faces in front of something and distort things and twist things, misrepresent things, beat the drum about things that don't matter. and on and on and on and on. It's just a continuous, nonsensical circus of stooges. So taking them one at a time is probably not beneficial. I think you need to have, again, start playing 20 questions with your political representatives, and they come out smelling funny on any of these issues. You know what you're dealing with, and you need to start placing some other candidates. Get the dude working at the 7-Eleven to run, because that dude will do a better job. And if he stops, if he thinks he's the exception and they come in and make a deal with him, throw him the hell out and get somebody who has a little bit more integrity. And not just throw him out, give him a charge. Make sure he doesn't profit by treachery. Well, yeah, lying in politics, that's so normal. No, it's not. I don't know how the hell that came normalized, but it's not something to normalize. Politicians in the future are going to be held to a much higher standard. They mess up like once, that's it, depending on what it is. And that messing up, it's not just, oh, just go away, thanks for playing. It's going to be a charge. So no, we don't need people who are just in it for different reasons around politics. We need people that are dedicated, honest, committed, and are dignified, civil, and respectful towards the populace that they administer. Which should be for their own benefit, not just saying that for political reasons. So we live in a shameful time. It's been disastrous, and something is coming our way, because in fact the weakening has just emboldened even more radically bad forces in the world. So instead of the parasitical victory, now we have the possibility of a predatory victory. So talk about being caught in choppy waters. It's really one of the most reprehensible times in all of human history in the West at this time. Like 1924 wasn't this bad. Like 1824 wasn't even close to this bad. And then you add on top of that the number of people these mad caps have just allowed to balloon. It's really astounding, all things considered. But, that's just for people paying attention, I guess. That might also be an intended kind of effect they want to create in people, just to disorient them based on the outrageousness of their completely and utterly inconsiderate policies at this time. So yeah, it's just one of those things, but that's the whole point of changing the focus to the interior. Disengaging, detaching from the exterior. Nothing you see means anything. And food, water, and clothing, that's the main things. And then just slowly, how much more than that do you need? And what is the most affordable way of doing that? What is the freest way of doing that? And where are there people that haven't been as negatively affected by these forces? And perhaps where are there few people, and where is the possibility to live in a dignified, civil, and respectful way without all of these damn negative influences? Like, where do they have a multiplication effect, and where do they not? And what is it that these greedy beasts, what things do they want so you can go where they don't want that? Something like that. Like, look at them. They have their limitations, they have their motivations, they have their methods of operation, they have their organization. So you can look at them and then, per the Gurdjieffian model, do the exact, do it differently, and do it creatively, and do it again and again and again, until you find something acceptable for you. Which, one meal a day, and a kuti, and one pair of robes was enough for the Buddha. So some people still fish. They don't even have money. They have a little vegetable patch. They have nature's bounty, and they don't have... Okay, they do have brigands and bandits every once in a while, but it depends, right? How clever can they be, and what can they take from somebody that fishes and has a couple of potatoes? Do they really need those too? So we can overcomplicate our lives, but we can also simplify them. So think in terms of that. We have this historical situation. What options do you have based on that? And you wouldn't do this under normal conditions, but you would do this under these conditions. But then again, that's probably what makes this time pretty exceptional in a way, is that, yeah, there's no way in hell, if everything was working properly, would you have ever done what you did? Which is probably a way better way of living than you would have lived if you didn't have these things. So don't allow yourself to make comparisons or fall into negative imagining. Change your perspective, shift your viewpoint. Say, yes, this is jet fuel that they're throwing, that's being poured on all around you, but you're collecting that, and you will be using that for more impactful transformations. And that's just the way of looking at it. There's nothing these greedy people steal, consume, or destroy ever will belong to them. The only thing that they take away from this dimension is the megaton of bad karma that they produce or not. So don't envy greedy people, but do realize that we have them in play, and that they are working against a lot of us at this time. But working against us, but working for us. So try to see things holistically, spinning disc style. If you catch yourself in negative imagining, though, see, I don't really like the word negative. Let's call it cloudy imagining. You can just use the weather, you see, like the weather of your mind. Your mind is either clear, or it could be drizzling, could be snow, rain, sleet. At any time, think of your mind that way. See, always depersonalize it. Mood can come from anywhere. Your ego is going to give you a reason. Your psychoanalyst is going to give you a reason. They're going to give you theories. But they can be wrong. You need to know. Like, is this coming from the collective unconscious? Something I can't control? The back door to all of us? Because We share so much in common on an emotional spectrum. We're not all that dissimilar. So realizing that we can't, even if we have a theory, we can't place it, and we shouldn't be trying to place it because that's an egoic activity. What we just need to do is to emote with it, connect with it, respect it, and counter signal by taking body weight positions and saying, this is the pushback. Like, you want to just cartwheel, you want to autopilot, but that's not what's needed. And see, to be able to reach that level of maturity, you have to diverge from what everyone else is doing around you. If you're living in a busy butt kind of culture, renunciation is not about busybuttism, it's the opposite of that. It's a retirement from that way of operating or seeing things. And it can be progressive. You can first stop seeing things, and then you can detach from the way of doing things, step by step, very gradual. No crazy, I have to do this now, I'm gonna chuck everything. See, the ego wants to do that too. Like, oh, okay, I'm convinced. Now, okay, ego, get me out of here. Hit the escape button. No. It has to be really gradual and precisely not in the egotistical way. Because that's not how it's achieved. It's about inner alignment with right theory, which you could say is right view. It's just a sort of complex version of it if that's what you need to get you there. Some people don't need a map. See, that's the thing. They're just using faith to get where someone who is mind captured is always thinking, because that's a version of doing, which is also egoic. Then that's their way of running around and around and around. Whereas, like, looking for the answer instead of faith, just saying, look, I'm going to have faith that even if I don't feel like I have the answer, I'm just going to stick with this practice, which is also a practice of not having to know, not knowing. Active not knowing. Active acceptance, radical acceptance of not knowing in all matters or in the entirety of anything, and also not needing to know and not wanting to know. If it's not your business, it wasn't meant for you, was it? Isn't that really refreshing? Look at the refreshing aspects of renunciation when you say, I don't want this, and it's really true for you. Look at the freedom you have from all of those things. No, here's $100 bill. They crumple it up, they throw it in your face, it bounces off, falls on the ground. For you, it is not you. You don't want it. You're not going to pick it up. And so it really is like that. You will walk away and leave it there. You're not picking it up. It's you don't want it. You don't want it, what it can buy. You don't want anything to do with the relationship. If you have enough, just say, imagine, why would you do that? Now see, you're thinking, I might be a penniless beggar, but just imagine I had $1 million in small bills, just, 100 meters away. Well, then, do you see how ridiculous that is? But imagine I don't have that, but I feel that way anyway. And maybe I just have 1K somewhere in case there's an emergency, but otherwise that's really enough to be undisturbed. Whereas people are using those types of metrics to run themselves ragged, that's not the way you live anymore. Nor do you want to go back to that way of living, and you're fine not having the stuff associated with that way of living because you are able to see the causality between having the things and also being stuck in a way of doing things that requires you having to pay for the things forever with a cartwheel kind of life. So, but that's an insight that everyone needs to have for themselves or not. Like, if people are happy doing what they're doing, I think it's very important that nobody should cast aspersions on anyone's individual practice, because why? If they don't make it to Nibbana, who's going to suffer because of that? Is it going to be them or you? Why would it be you? So when we wish all living creatures well, not only do we send that positive energy, like a geyser of positive energy into the universe, but we also really mean it. And at the same time, we recognize that any of the stuff they have or any of those internal dialogues where they took something from you or did something, or that they broke this, they broke that, all of that becomes meaningless. It's like thinking about fights you had because people destroyed some type of weird old hard drive with like those old floppy disks, and now people are in a completely different world. That stuff is just corny. That is corny. And it was stupid when it happened, but it seemed like a big deal. And now look at it. It's some type of weird eccentric story. Nobody even knows what a floppy disk is. But at the time, that was like the highest cutting edge tech you could imagine. So you see how we can get captured in our times, in our contemporary kind of mindset? It's frightening. If you've lived on this planet long enough to been able to experience those types of changes in reality, shifts in reality, changes in weather, then you've experienced a lot if you're self-aware enough to go back in time and do some looking around. Now, that's not something that the Buddha recommends, but Gurdjieff and the Sly method does, because you go through almost deliberately provoking a confrontation to use it as a catalyst, even theatrically, to create more catharsis and or insight or wisdom. Like, okay, wait a second, now I realize these people who took all these material concerns and positions and spotlights away from me, they did you a favor. They just were part of the catalyst that sped up a process of realization that these things are worthy of one thing, and that's renunciation. But see, a rationalist has to get there, whereas just plain faith, that's the bridge that works all the time. It's like imagine like a magical bridge. It just fits in a suitcase. It doesn't weigh anything. It's ultra light. And whenever you get to the let's say the crick of doubt and rationalizations, the people with faith, they just pop out that suitcase, they hit a button, and like a bridge just shoots across the creek, and it's really stable and safe. It has handrails, and they just walk straight across. Whereas uh, the rumble in the jungle people that need all those dang rationalizations and explanations and books and theories and accumulations and materializings, they are scrambling in the jungle for components for the bridge they need to build themselves piece by piece with the wrong tools. And they're going to get there one day, by golly, but it's going to take them just a whole lot longer and probably won't work. But here's the thing. In the moment you remember that faith is the easy way to get there, then you can just think, this is a way of thinking of the life of the Buddha. The Buddha had everything, and he chose renunciation. So if you trust him, he did that. Why are you beating yourself up for having not having 2 feet in renunciation, just one? Now, I think as far as tradition goes, one way of looking at this kind of practice or this way of viewing the world is you grow up steeped in this religion, in this practice, you might have to do worldly things for your family or community, but you will continue the practice, and then at one day you will graduate so that you can practice full time and you can put the worldliness behind you. But the question is, when is that the appropriate time? And on the one hand, there might be social and familiar expectations, but on the other hand, there might be inner conviction. And as far as the life of the Buddha goes, what did he prioritize? Did he prioritize all these socioeconomic and political things? Or did he prioritize the practice despite that? So I think it's quite easy to forget that a lot when we get into deeper theory and into jhana and into technical descriptions and practices and techniques. But that's a very fundamental kind of aspect that often gets overlooked. And if you're engaging in self-criticism because you're not either congruent with the worldly life nor the renunciant life, then you're not alone. I think that's sort of a common, normal problem to have. But there are some cheat codes as far as being able to bridge those moments of distress with us, just experimenting with faith as an attitude. And I'll say, hey, wait a second, I'm just going to have faith that this renunciation thing is right, despite what the ego says. And it's understandable that the ego is preeminent in Westerners at this time based on their conditioning, which makes it much more difficult to accept that on a subconscious level, like on the essential level. But the essential level actually knows this, but we're disconnected from that. In many ways, we were specifically trained not to think that way. And on the other hand, the economic system or reality requires that one participates in one way or another, and so that's not really voluntary, nor are there really any skills given or transmitted that would help one to make that transformation easier. And yet, that's what is required, at least for individual practitioners at all times, in all places, under all conditions, with or without the Tripitaka. It's about insight and it's about right action. And right action, you really only get to that after, I would say, almost right alchemy, which means transmuting the suffering into this insight, the samadhi aspect. You could say samadhi is alchemical in a certain sense. There's probably a lot of common ground between the two schools that are also historically linked. But in terms of visualization, it can help more materialistically inclined people to use these types of combinations as a metaphor for spiritual work. That gold, transform your lead into gold, your dissatisfaction into brilliance, into burning off impurities, into more health, less unwholesome thoughts, more peace, less agitation, more enjoyment, less dissatisfaction, but more enjoyment with things that aren't externally dependent. So that requires retraining. It's like oatmeal. You know what? Oatmeal is great food. It's really how people survived in the Middle Ages. So we got oatmeal. Get yourself an oatmeal sack. Mix it with water. It can keep without refrigeration. You just have to watch bugs don't get into it. Or it gets wet, right? Keep it dry and keep it free of bugs. Maybe put it in a plastic bag. Something like that, and just shovel out what you need. And then you can just add whatever it is to that, like brennescen or stinging nettles, dandelions, whatever game might be there at times. You can add it to that or not, or you can do different little dishes. But oatmeal, you don't even have to cook it. If it's milled, soft ground, sort of, just mix it with cold water, let it sit, do it 1-2 minutes. And again, you can make it sweet, add brown sugar to it if you want it sweet. It's a dessert, throw some raisins in there, or other fruits, dice them up, dice up an apple. And there you go, that one meal a day. If you do the calories and you're checking and doing comparisons about like what your activity level is versus the calories, and then doing the right calculations and also checking nutrients. By the way, stinging nettles has just a tremendous amount of the things your body needs, and also medicinal properties, and it grows like weeds in poor soil. So keep that in mind. It also is the first plant after winter, so keep all of that in mind before you starve to death. And use that also as a metaphor. Like, yeah, look, there are things around you would think aren't useful or achievable or attainable, but they are. And they work just fine. In fact, that oatmeal is great for your digestion. A lot of Europeans and Westerners, our guts are built on that. Grains. but not the over-processed stuff. See? This is also, it's not just super simplicity and super cheap and affordable and easy to do. You got one bowl, one spoon, a sack of that, and but it's healthy. You will not get fat on that diet. You won't. You will not be obese. I give you 100% guarantee. One meal a day with oatmeal plus a couple of additives, and then you will not be obese on that. So look at that, a simple solution to all those complex problems. All those people dying, like this is people dying every day. If they only knew that, could have saved their lives. They could have looked good in this realm and felt great too. And look at that lack of insight, and boom. So in that meal, you see is in sync with renunciation. Now, I absolutely do understand why the Buddha made a precept for practicing monks not to touch money. Because that's the fastest way to turn it into a circus. And then you're, again, paywalling yourself off into a group of people that might be rich, but that's not the people that could really benefit from the teachings. And that also paywalls it, so it also kills it over time. Because it gets less and less exposure. So the Buddha was absolutely a genius, not just enlightened. Which is to say, a practical genius, not just a spiritual one. However, look, Westerners that might be stuck, and if they can speak the Dhamma and what they say isn't totally crazy or off the wall, then if whatever parts are useful of what they say, like they might have 5 minutes of crazy, then 5 minutes of useful, then take just the 5 minutes of the useful. But that's 5 minutes more than you would have gotten, and maybe that was the breakthrough for you. Are you gonna not send that guy a coffee? Can't afford that? Okay, there's people like that. There's people playing in the subway. Some people throw money in the guitar case. A lot of people don't. Nobody has to watch anything or listen to anything, and nobody has to pay anyone anything. But if you do, there's good karma for that. So I see that as, it's a gray zone. I don't think you should misrepresent yourself. I think it's good to say, hey, look, I'm hit or miss. Don't take me or point at me and say, this man said he knows everything and told me to do this or that. That's not how the way the process works. But see, people want that. See, crowds of people, they want somebody to worship. They want somebody who's perfect. And I totally understand that. But I think it's more important to be truthful and say, look, we're coming from where we come from. And insight is insight. But this realm is this realm. It's the way it is. And if you gain a lot of insight from someone, you know what? Those people, they gave you that insight. They're extremely valuable people. Like beyond all measure kinds of people. Like, how many people has someone like Achan Cha helped, do you think? Like, what do you think the number is now? He's been dead for years and years and years. He's still helping people. In fact, he may have had a pivotal impact that could resound 500, perhaps 5,000 years from now. But look at how he did that while renouncing influence. And then just think of the positivity, the generosity, and then think, okay, what did he get paid for that, really? Well, he got some robes, he got some jackfruit, chips, was able to collect some water from the ground. So, in any case, but that's more formal and more correct practice, and I think there it should always be more respect for that. And yet, on the way of the journey, it's a gray zone. So, how about the other traditions, Western traditions of wandering monks, wandering friars, pilgrims? They weren't as strict as the old school is strict. And so people will tip a waiter if a poet says something on the corner and you like the poem, tip the damn poet. If you've got it, tip. It's not just tipping, it's karma. And that's more or less for anyone, any historians. If you find a documentary that is amazing and the person has a Patreon account, send them a couple bucks, for God's sake. Spread it around. Spread some positivity around to the right places, not to all these wrong places. But on the other hand, people, if you are doing this for the spiritual thing and the money catches you, you really are a damn fool. And all you would do is prove what the Buddha says, that you should have never touched it in the first place. Like, don't kid yourself that you're a renunciant when money is part of your calculus. Or it becomes increasingly part of your calculus as it corrupts you. Because that's how I hear the story goes, so it does seem to be plausible if you look in other areas outside of religion that's how it happens. How is it that worldliness is kept out of religion? Okay, is that possible? Well, it's difficult. Which is why, look how serious the Buddha took that. That is radical. But that's why we have it 2,500 years later. That's the power of his insight. So I don't recommend it, but I understand. I would like to see at least some people being exposed to some type of practice. But I think even people that are even using sly techniques should tell people that they need to have their navigation systems, rechecking their navigation systems all the time. And that includes gurus or other spiritual people. Don't give people necessarily the benefit of the doubt. Always have your wits about you. And watch these group kind of things because you have people specifically in these things to take people for rides. And there's been a real rash of that during the Cultural War. That was sort of their whole strategy, is to this day. So don't jump into any damn piranha tanks. In religion, outside religion, or anywhere else. So your navigation module, you're responsible for its maintenance, its upkeep, and the new downloads. Like 5 years ago, you didn't get a new update on the things that are important to know. You're out of the damn loop. So you need to keep up to date too. A lot of these people have been way too damn sleepy. They've been lullabied into Lullaism, which is denialism, which is far from the truth. Now, I am 100% a proponent of the holy life, but being ignorant is not part of that. You need to know what people say and what they do, sort of, especially who you're dealing with, and where they're coming from and what they've done. And that's all not being ignorant, isn't it? Because being blindsided by brigands is one hell of a way to go. It's not recommended by the Buddha or any good person. But okay, these humpa-dump ding-dongs, a lot of them are self-deceived. A lot of them are on torpedoism, so... But they'll take you with them where they're going, which is the wrong damn way. But guess what will keep you from going there? It will be your up-to-date navigation system. That isn't just based on GPS, but other things, like you cross-reference it with your trusty compass. And you look to the stars as well. And then when all of those three things align, then you say, well, okay, this seems to be the right direction. There's no a funkiness to it. And yeah, you should be cautious. Cautious out there. You know, we're going from high trust to low trust. And there's reasons for it. People, you know, I'm not an advocate of paranoia by any means, but realizing that that's the trend at this time, it means that you can act more appropriately, which is right effort. And to a certain extent, right view. I'm in a dangerous place versus this place is not so dangerous. And yet, we know you can't be right all the time. Being prepared is always a good idea. And then not just thinking of it in material terms, this is how you deal with bad thoughts as well. You get jumped by a bunch of bad thoughts. You need to have your tools and be prepared. And if you get rid of those bad thoughts, then it's better for you and it's better for the people you meet. Because you're healthy and you didn't get stabbed in the neck. Now, this is, of course, directed more to my audience, which has to be good people, because nobody that's bad would ever listen to as much as this that any other person would listen to. So there's like a chart that shows like engagement or something like that, like of 100 people that listen to, or let's say from 1 million people that listen to this, 999,000, or no, let's say 999,990 click off after 5 minutes or something. So, but look, that's how this dimension works. So do sidestep bad thoughts and bad people and be a good person, which means, yeah, practically impossible to pull a fast one on, especially with people engaging in some form of religious charlatanism. Because that would really be bad karma for the charlatans if you were to get, taken for a ride. So prevent that from happening by not letting your navigation system fall into disrepair or somehow get the wires crossed on inverted moral values and things like that. Keep your standards high. I would not recommend people mix their rainwater that they collect with the water that comes out of their washing machine. So don't mix your life with toxicity of any kind, spiritual or otherwise, socioeconomic or political. I think one way people can avoid this type of time is just say, look, I'm apolitical, like politics, I don't talk about. And sort of also thinking that as well. If you're not engaged in it and you're just a victim, you're captured on a plantation, I think it's a valid answer to give to someone who is coming at you in a hostile way. But of course, you've got eyes, you can think what you want about situations that are difficult to live in. That doesn't mean it's the end of the world, is it? It's just one different facet of purgatory, so don't make it an issue if it doesn't need to be one. If we have faith that terrible people accumulate terrible karma and that is not our freaking job to trash remove, then boy, isn't it a nice day all of a sudden? It's not my job. Oh my God, isn't that wonderful? It's like relatives. Have you ever had this? See, I always like coming back to my comedy routine, like my attempt to get a real comedy routine together. Bringing these jokes to a crowd that is glum as can be. But have you ever had that, like some relatives, like you check your phone after a day or something, and then you get a text, it's like, I'm coming tomorrow at 12:22, and you look at your watch, it's like 10:22. And you had already told them it wouldn't be a problem, and you just didn't think it would happen, and it did, and it was a week ago, and now... And then you just give them a call, and then they pick up and say, oh no, it's actually not happening today. Like it's going to be next week instead. Click. And then that sense of relief, like, oh yes. No problems. I don't have to do anything, and it's not my fault. See? Bad people, if you can't do anything about it and it's not your fault, just get away from the debris. Like if it's a big building and it's going to fall over and crash, and it's not your damn building and you're not in charge of the rent or the electricity or washing the windows or anything at all, just then get out of the vicinity and plan on it happening, or just move somewhere else. Right? Rethink your ways of engagement. dial back your enthusiasm for certain things, and how about this? Increase your practice and renunciation. If that isn't possible, why not? Now, ultimately, if there, let's say, certain wandering monks or pilgrims or friars or practitioners become famous because they're, geniuses probably, and more than that, then they get some type of following, and then they have some type of settlement, and he has to settle down because he has to accommodate all the people that, Martha, she's gonna drop dead, but by golly, she doesn't want to be away from the enlightened one. And so the whole group is like watching Martha die. And so instead of that happening, they said, well, let's just take a break here. And lo and behold, Martha comes back to life after 2 weeks. But see, something like that keeps happening. But these days, it's not like that. See, back in those days, just imagine people that were out of earshot from Jesus Christ when he was walking through their humdrum kind of Dust Bowl location. And as soon as they were out of earshot, they had zero access, zero Wi-Fi connection to all of his charisma, his genius, his words, all of that stopped. People were huddling around him like a herd of animals. You couldn't get close enough after a while. And people would not leave him be. Because of that, there was no GPS. If he had gone 400 meters this way and then took a right and then a left, and they could have never seen him again. That was it. There was no telephones, no nothing. No addresses. Now, okay, there were monuments. You could say, all right, let's meet here, the temple here and that, the mount here, but otherwise, no. But these days, that's not really necessary because, in fact, there's almost like a lack of cohesion because of that, which might be going too far in the other direction, but that's sort of neither here nor there. I can imagine different forms of ways of living together that I think could work, but I would just be doing that for playful experimentation purposes and not because that's something that I would require to feel good about practicing. I think a solitary practice is essential in many ways, at least for the triathletes of renown. It's a necessity. The Buddha wouldn't have done it the way he did unless it was in some way a necessity. The Buddha is amazingly efficient. His efficiency is what cuts the mustard. And so renunciation as a part of it, it's the efficiency of it that matters. And solitude, it's the efficiency that really matters. Yeah, you can dig a hole with your hands, but with a shovel, it's so much more enjoyable and so much more achievable. And in fact, I don't know too many people that didn't follow his advice and actually made it through the crap that they were encased in. At least there's no stories of that we know of in this time. So yeah, playing fast and loose with rules is really dangerous, and organizational decay is also pretty toxic too. So these are things that should be taken into consideration and not taken into consideration. But for the time being, I think, yeah, if there's a coffee button there and you send me 5, 10, 15 coffees. No, no, just kidding. I know some Americans are going to do that. There is one guy who said, look, don't send me more than $500 at a time. I think that's smart. I think there's probably also rules against it. Because some other guy, because I don't know who it was somebody who's about to kick the bucket, they sent him like, I don't know, $100 million or something. And that's crazy. See, that's not going to save you in the next realms, but still, maybe that 500 is more than. I mean, you could do it once a day. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, once a week. Once a lunar cycle. If you have it, look, it will count for you if you have it to spend. But people should not be sending anything that they don't have at all. And if there's other things, look, a lot of family members, it depends. You need to make the decision for yourself. But most people out there can pay for a coffee, so I think that's a gesture that makes a lot of sense. But finally, it's not about that. But with that, yeah, wondering look, things can happen. Like toothpaste costs money, okay? That's one of the things the Buddha didn't really, I mean, he probably there's other solutions out there. Look, it's an ongoing process. But at some point, it probably will get to zero. I would have to do some type of analysis, some type of audit, which might be scientifically interesting. Which might be part of the playful experimental process but at the same time, yeah, it's more of an idea of allowing people to get good karma that way, which is already, let's say, a norm. It's by no means in some type of exceptionality in a post-internet kind of space. But yeah, every practitioner is going to have to deal with that the way they see fit, and some of them might not realize that that was the wrong way until it becomes that way, and then they'll have to go from there. Which, if their skills are good, they will. But it is an issue, and it's very instructive to see how the Buddha solved it his way. I think it's something he said, look, don't get dependent on this. Where does the money go? Like, how does the whole system work? Well, if that's vulnerable, then you don't want to be dependent on that. Because, yeah, there's a lot of very bad people in both of those arenas at this time. But who knows, what level or layer do they stoop to? I'd say pretty damn low. But there's other methods as well. There's some of them might have a PO box or something where people can send cash and stuff. They do that too. What I'm saying is that in the Western version or Western context, that the money thing is something that if they're doing just the let's say pilgrim samana practice, kind of yogi practice, it's sort of, you could put it on the level of busking. And so it's almost like a Taoist area of activity, but it isn't anything to be put into some kind of paradigm, but just to conceptually give people some options in a gray zone that might not have done it because of the strictures imposed for good reason. That might be a way of doing it. But yeah, people, of course, this is going to open it up to people that, have been doing what they've been doing in sort of a bad way. And yet, that's just sort of how contemporariness works. And yet, like, just look at Alan Watts and these others that I wouldn't call him a charlatan, but he certainly had his share of them. And I would say they sort of gave the West a bum steer. The Transcendentalists sort of degraded, and then the Theosophists were also not that great. Apparently everybody missed Gurdjieff until now, and but Theravada Buddhism has sort of exposure to that in the West has sort of set a new baseline. And that's very refreshing. But it took a long time, like 30 years of hit or miss, until we could definitively say that, okay, they got it right. Which is not to say that the other two schools are not very venerable. They are. But it's good to see them all in a clearer context, especially in the light of the clearer translations of the Tripitaka, which are just really amazing. There's been amazing progress made, which means people will understand it quicker and more impactfully, and will have better, there will be better traction, better grip because of that. Makes sense, right? Have you ever had an instruction manual and the language you're reading it in, it's not decipherable? It's sort of there, and then the diagrams are wrong. It's like, take the screwdriver 90 degrees, then left, then right, and then up, and then attach the thing with the connectozoink. It's like, wait a second, connectozoink. He means Allen key. He's saying take the right Allen wrench for the hexagon bolt. Dummies. It's not connectozoinks. So really the Tripitaka had to go through iterations like that, and this is an ongoing refinement. But at this time, I think there could be major breakthroughs that could be made there. Which will help the individual practitioner. So that's the way to think of it. It's one-on-one always. But it does make sense to include a social factor because people are social animals. And yet, on the other hand, being a hermit and being in solitude is also a necessary component. I would say being in solitude is a necessary component, but for example, being a hermit or a monk, these are old, veritable traditions that have unfortunately sort of died out in the West, but that will be only temporary. But the question is how to redefine that. And that's sort of a one-on-one practice. Sort of in the Taoist Bodhisattva tradition, in that gray area, but it's not necessarily a school. It's just let's say, a contemporary synthesis, expression of a method based on this time, at least these conditions, at this time. Which is neither a proposal nor a recommendation or anything else, but We'll see if it works. If it does, I think it would be a worthy experiment, especially at this time when there's a lot of things that should be undertaken to help solve, for example, the ongoing mental health issues people are having and things of that nature. Like any little innovation that can reduce suffering that is unnecessary, I think it's a very valuable innovation it's a very valuable pursuit to work on. And it's not in material terms, it's in psychological or spiritual or karmic terms. See, that's the wonderful thing when you shift perspective from the material to the spiritual. You can be generous, and there's a rationale behind it, but you have to look for that self-serving component because you're not looking for that. But for a worldly person that needs an argument, it's there. Because it does come back to you if we are to just blindly believe with faith what the Buddha said about all of that metaphysical stuff, which sounds super complicated to Western people for good reason. But that's why you're not the Buddha. And yeah, it does take a long time to understand what he says. It's not like, oh yeah, I read that book, next book. No, wait a second. Slow down. Can you memorize maybe the words, but you didn't implement the practice. You read a book on karate, you didn't practice it. So, yeah, you read how to be an excellent archer, but you never practiced it, never worked with the equipment. When the hail was falling down in droves, and there was a lightning strike, and then this just rolling thunder, and you pulled the arrow at a crosswind of 10 clicks, 50 yards, straight through the center, out the back. So one way of looking at samadhi is you're opening a direct line of communication with your essential self, the natural man, the animal. And you're letting that slow process sort of slowly unfold and unravel and untangle. And you're gaining insight while suffering karma burning and collecting dewdrops here and there of insight over, hours and days and months at a time. But I think what the ego likes to do is, because we've been so conditioned to be socially engaged, that our psychology is stuck in a state of social engagement. And the ego is misinterpreting renunciation for loss or rejection or something of that nature, when in fact it's not that. It's a better way of living. Think of your essential self under some coconut trees with enough to eat and comfortable abode nearby and nothing to do, and the weather's great, and you're in a hammock with a straw hat over your face, just vibing with the bounty of nature. You don't care what problems people have far away places. But see, as materialists, we think we have to have all those things before we can get into that state, but that's not true. In fact, that's the whole point of having skill, is being able to get into states like that, or reconnect, establish a connection with the essential self, so that you can be in that hammock by going through, while you're in body weight positions in a place that you have set aside for doing that practice. But finally, yes, if you take it to the higher level, the renunciant, he's embraced freedom. He is in a state of divine abundance with as little distractions as possible. So an ego that keeps wanting to come back to social problems, political, economic, personal problems, that's a common, normal, vulgar ego that constantly has to be taken out of the garden and back into the kennel. Because samadhi is the inversion of what you usually do, which is you're completely autopilot connected to the ego, do this, do that, versus the other way around where the ego is put in the kennel and you connect with the essential self, the animal self, the I don't give a damn about any of these social problems. It's a lot nicer right here, right now, isn't it? In full congruence with one's essential self, which is not a self that's out there bothering itself with greed, aversion, delusion, anger, frustration, craving. What else we got going on out there that we know of that's unwholesome and foolish? Well, that list is long, isn't it? But right here, right now, without all that jazz that we've categorized as unwholesome and have skillfully and repetitively and consistently and thoroughly curated out of our lives, down to the every mind moment level. Yeah, that has its own value without external metrics, ego capture way of seeing things, which would lead you to believe that you've been deprived of something. But that thing you're looking at that you think you've been deprived of, that's a mirage that Mara has sent directly, beams directly in on the screen of your mind. The one scenario that's enraging you, that's what's playing tonight, right now, if you look at it. But see, once you feel yourself getting enraged, you know you're looking at Mara, because it's creating that unwholesome alchemy. What produces that? What produces unwholesomeness? Would that be an indication that delusion is involved? And isn't that what Mara's all about? Oh, look, it went from here to here. I didn't see the in-between part. That was it the whole time. Yeah, that's it every time, really. Oh, I wanted this person to like me and this, that. Maybe that person isn't the nice person you thought. Maybe that person's just a damn robot. A somewhat advanced chimp on some days under some conditions. If Manus can live without Diogenes, then how the hell can't Diogenes live without Manus? So we have tradition, we have a proud tradition of renunciance in the West, and that's a tradition that is really good to be a part of, not just theoretically, but practically. Because being in comfort zones isn't the end-all be-all of this journey, is it? But of course, overdoing it isn't the right way to do it either. It's the middle path. It's the achievable path. It's the dedicated small path that gets us there, past a sea of woes. And it might be that it's a rocky promontory, but it's a whole lot better than all that disappointment out there. So don't worry about a poor beggar like me. I'll be just fine, thank you. Worry about your own damn selves. And that rain, get yourself a poncho, crawl under some bushes, take whatever little deflectionary things you can to minimize unnecessary suffering. Do it. Do not be running yourselves damn ragged out there and letting that motor mind just run around with all that noise pollution, motion pollution, waste of effort, wrong view. Right, that negative imagining, that's wrong view on video, live in your mind, sent from Mara and Company. Beams it directly in your mind. Look at this. She's walking with him, and then he grabs her butt, and then, oh my goodness, I'm jealous. That movie's only playing in your mind. But that's why we got suckers and busters sitting in prison for life. All day, every day. They were watching the wrong channel in their minds. They got tricked. They saw it that way, not, hey, this doesn't matter way. The either way is the good way. Because I'm not attached to that out there. And I do get attached, but then I detach again. When I notice, like, whoa, what am I doing? Catch myself. I don't fall for that. I know there's a hook in that bait. Look at this old mouth. It's got scars. You ever get yourself an old fish that had scars on it? Probably not, because those fish don't bite all that bait all that quick like they did when they didn't know about the rest of the procedure. Not so tasty after a couple of times, but that's okay. It's sort of meant to be like that. The Garden of Eden was that. You're not special. Your suffering's not special. It's not. It's just general suffering, general disappointment, general delusion, general greed, craving, general aversion, general anger, general hate, general disappointment. Based on unskillfulness and ignorance. I didn't know, they told me to do that, I did that, and then I got this instead of that. Ooh. You think you're the only one? Come on. Walk around the village, knock on some doors and ask them, have you had some disappointments recently? You could spend all day, every day talking to people, talking about their problems. People out there got way worse problems than you believe it. But why are you awfulizing your problems? You're making them way bigger than they need to be. They probably don't need to be at all. You don't need this. You don't need that. You think you do. That's delusion. No, but I see it like this. It's really clear. Well, that's Mara. That's Mara. That's more the Playboy Mara shicks you. That's not the personnel that shows up. That's not how they look or act in real life. It's just an illusion. Now, some people like to imbibe their illusions and delusions. The Buddha didn't recommend that. sort of recommended the opposite, the cessation of all delusion. Because how's one's going to be skillful when one has those goggles on? You're not seeing straight. You're seeing things funny, crooked, upside down. So take those off again and again and again. And how do you know you got them back on? Because you're suffering in some way, craving, aversion. Desire, anger, something like that. Yeah, those are the indicators. Your little copper divining rods when you're walking through life, and those are tending towards those things. Look to the attachments. Don't just feel the thing and not know what's going on. You're attached. It could be a delusional attachment. You thought you wanted her to see her 3 months later, she looks completely different. You're like, what happened to your hair? You shaved off all of your hair, and where did this big tattoo come from? And I don't remember you 50 pounds overweight. How did this happen? Well, look, change, forms, conditions, change, randomness. But you were attached the whole time to a mirage. So you could have saved yourself all of that. But that's the type of funny movie moment that keeps my comedy routine fresh, because that's how you bring some humor into this purgatory game. That is some high level stuff. That is alchemical. See, you're turning that lead into pure sunshine inside. Let it purify. Let the windows open. If you've got to cry hysterically, do it. I had people laugh so hard at my comedy routines, they did pass out. They cried themselves to sleep. But that's what catharsis is all about. And catharsis is very vital. It's very powerful. It's very mysterious. It's how we work on a very strange level that nobody understands, even when they think they do. Most of the time, it just works. People are like, I feel so much better. I don't know why. I mean, it's true, I knocked myself out, laugh crying for hours based on this one Dharma busker that I send a coffee every once in a while. But other than that, wow, it's like a rainstorm came through here. Everything's clear, everything's... Oh, do you smell? Look at that, those flowers that smell so... That perfume. Look at all these flowers. I didn't see them before. It was a drought. Now everything's been renewed. Everything's been refreshed. Everything's just teeming with life. It's just bursting. And yet there's nothing here. It's just nature. It's just something I never noticed before, but now that all those hindrances and blockages and emotional constipations have been blasted out, blasted off, burnt up, ashed, pulverized, I'm a completely new person. I'm reformed, refurbished, renewed. I'm a completely different design. I have no connection to those things that were keeping me down. I have severed the circuits. I've cut the wires. Just like that, snip, snip, snip. That electricity, that negative energy, although I don't like calling it negative because we've got negative and positive, and the alteration thereof that gives you motion, spinning disc style, That type of motion, you can turn that into some torque, add that energy, and that will take you far and fast. So negative energy is as good as positive energy in a neutralizing kind of method, which is what this is. It's a burning method. The burning rubber method. Think of it that way. Although that's not really skillful driving, isn't it? That's taking it too far, but depends. It's the karma burning method, yeah. And some of that karma, look, it's sticky. It's really sticky. That's the thing. Like, you wash your hands, you think it should be clean, you look at it, it's still on there. It's, your hands are stained. Your mind, your heart, your internal space is stained. And yet, don't despair. It's just going to take a lot more effort than you thought, or is commonly believed to be needed. And if you have HSP boosters on top of your dissatisfaction machine, then look, you're mostly at fault. In fact, you are at fault. It's just, in your case, it's a lot more painful because you're a lot more sensitive. You're putting a lot more extras on a lot of bad things. Your awfulization process, it's 1,000% higher than other people. Congratulations. You get the booby prize. So just keep that in mind, HSPs, when you're going through hell, like that karma that you're burning, the suppressed goop. Realize that's all HSP crap, mostly. It's like 1%, or let's say 10% real disappointment, and it's 90% HSP crap that you put on top. So forgive yourself. Look, it's a superpower, but it's one that you used against yourself. Go figure. It's just like countries that fool around with these atomic bombs and whatnot. Well, they have radiated areas because of that. They effed around and then they find out. So that's sort of how our mind works too. Whatever is moving through there, that leaves stains. There's some stickiness to it. Trace elements that are harder to get rid of. It's just the delusional conceit of an egoic personality that will relegate that in the larger scheme of things. But what does that equal? Well, that equals more of that suppressed karma that then can be encountered. So don't take any of it personally. Don't try to over-psychoanalyze these things. All you're doing is ending up identifying and then comparing, making unfavorable comparisons, which is its own method of dissatisfaction. So it's very subtle watching the causality of your mind and catching yourself, because you're your biggest charlatan in many ways, because your delusional self or the Mara self is presenting itself as the truth when it's delusional. No, that whole drama that you played out in your mind, she was somewhere else doing something wholesome, and that's what you were thinking and getting worked up about, which then led you to act in a woefully unskillful way. And you've got more bad karma coming to you on top of that. So how did that all happen? Well, you let Mara mind play tricks on you. Now, nobody said this is easy. It's not. In fact, the Buddha, think of him. He had a long life with Mara, didn't he? Where Mara was in charge, he had a long time where he had not made any breakthroughs at all. He was the lowest of slaves for many years to the 5 cents realm. So don't give up on yourselves. That's the whole point. This is the realm for that type of evolution. You can see, if you can defeat delusion, even in the smallest of things, you have made great gains. And so you have to appreciate the value of that. You have to savor the value of that. Don't let that go unnoticed. If you are 1%, 1.1% more skillful today than yesterday, you are on a great path. You have turned the corner. You are no longer operating at a deficit. Now you have to maintain and refine, but don't get too greedy. Positive acquisition of wisdom is its own calculus. And because it's priceless, that's just the amount you get, at least initially. When you first start digging a gold mine, it's a lot of work and a little return. But once the parameters are set up and you're digging in the right place with, let's say, a patient practice that is not taking any risks, really unnecessary ones, within limits, but also allowing yourself to heal if like a rock comes loose and injures you along the way, you have a skillful healing practice on top of the other practices, and that you distill the wisdom from that pain, as with all other pain, with the sly style on top of all the other style. Then how can that not be transformational over time? With patience, with compassion, with right view. I was thinking the other day about Schopenhauer and the difficulties he had. He was perceived to be extraordinarily intelligent, and yet that's why a lot of people didn't like him. Because let's think this through. Why don't people like being around someone who's a genius? Well, they feel as stupid as an amoeba. They feel like they're stunted. They feel defective in every way. And they never used to feel that before until the genius showed up and made them feel like lower than compost. And for vain, especially malignant narcissistic people, that is something that puts them in some form of hell realm, where they're out of sync with the real reality, where in fact they're smacked ass level of smart versus a genius. So the same type of resentment can be seen. Imagine there's just 2 or 3 people and they're all working at their little peon jobs and everything is shared misery and misery loves company, and then one of them inherits $1 million. That week their notice is in, and then they show up 2 weeks later and they've got a classic Ferrari that they're sporting and some some new companions, and their threads are smoking as far as how they are rolling, and they show up and, hey guys, how you doing? And it's lunch break on Tuesday for the other two. How now both of their faces are beet red. Now why is that? Is it because they're happy for their coworker and his immensely fortunate fortune that might have to do with past lives where he saved some people from being burnt alive or something like that? So this is common, vulgar human behavior, and it could be you. I could see myself in both roles. In fact, with my theatrical uh, kind of method, I can play both roles and really get into both of them. I can feel that. I can see that. I can also see the wrongness of it, though. I can also see the Mara aspects of it. Just because he got that money doesn't mean it's good for him long term. The karma machine does not stop when you've got money. It just starts. It's just a different kind of karma. Heard stories of people, like really bad people, just trying to give their money away to monasteries because they know what's coming, but they think they're going to cheat it at the end, type thing. Now, it might work in some instances. Who knows? But in any case, money is not the only solution, as we know. The spiritual dimension, there's no money in the spiritual dimension. There's money on the psychological level. There's a lot of people conditioned to do anything for money, but that's part of the post-moronistic formula, isn't it? What's money got to do with dignity, civility, and respect at the end of the day? It's not just love. That's the other thing, my comedy routine. It's like, why didn't you love me like those other ones? And I said, look, love is like a $300 bill, whereas friendship is like that $5, $10 bills that you might have in your pocket that you can buy stuff with that is good enough. Love is that I have to have that $500 bill every day kind of expectation. When $15 will do you every once in a while, but most people don't have that. It's all or nothing. They want the $1,000 bill or nothing. You don't love them enough. They don't feel the love enough. So that's a way of cheating yourselves, and it's really rather low to hate brilliantly talented people because they're in leagues, legendary leagues, far beyond the capabilities of many Patujanas or just being a basic Patuja. I think smart people can think normally. It really doesn't make you better. This is the thing. I think instead of intelligence, you could just say sensitivity. Because it's sort of the same thing. You're an intelligent or you're a sensitive person. You're just going to... Intelligence gets you running around in circles. And the sensitivity is the pain machine. So you're so smart, you can see dumb people acting the way I just said. And experience that in real time as the faces are flushed around you. And all the brilliant things you said just rubbed everyone the wrong way. You get to experience that. And then the fallout of that, and then the comparison between brilliance and reward and the dissatisfaction with that. If you want to see things in a social context and not just performance for performance sake. But of course, that is a level of professionalism that, or that's probably the wrong word, let's say level of skill, it's beyond pro, that not even the pros know. And that brings us back to philosophers. We see that all the time. Sophists. Now, was it Socrates that railed against the sophists? Well, he was a sophist himself, in a way. He wasn't working for money, but he certainly was for prestige. If he wasn't, he would have just left. The Buddha didn't check out that way, have some type of verbal debate with a bunch of munchkins, and then check out with some poison because they didn't like that. So who was more enlightened? Who was smarter? Especially when they gave, how about this? I think they proved their point. They gave him an option. They gave him an out. Just walk away. A smart person would have taken it. He didn't. So why are people studying his methods? Well, I guess they're not all that smart either. The academy is sophist. Now, some people would say he wasn't as sophist as the academy, but I think that's why the academy likes him, because they can use that method as a rhetorical device, which is what they've done since it was invented, to the detriment of Western civilization, as Nietzsche pointed out. But that's getting behind ourselves. That's getting ahead of ourselves, right? As a culture, we need to stop being so damn vulgar. So if you're like that and you don't like smart people, check yourself. You're a grotesque, goblin, kind of munchkin-like joke. So you get that initial flush of vulgarity. Use it for transformational change. It really shows how messed up you are on some type of basic level. It's like watching someone be an excellent figure skater and getting worked up about that. Why do they get to be on TV when they just did like an 8, a backwards flip and landed on their skates at 20 miles an hour? That's ridiculous. Let people shine. Be happy for them. See mudita, that's wonderful. Being happy for people that deserve it. I'm happy every time I crack a book and Schopenhauer shows up. But the people in his day, they were offended by his comments and his way of speaking as if he belonged to the previous century. And then using all of those ancient Greek words and French and English and then German and then other words of Vedic interpretations. Damn him. I look like an alabaster buffoon. How can my vanity withstand that? Come on, people. Wipe those butts. Take a shower. Wash it off. If that's how you react, you're probably below normal on some level. I think that's pretty damn vulgar. I don't have that. Like I said, I don't have a lot of things super vulgar people have. That's one of them, but it's out there. Vulgar means common. It's everywhere. So if you happen to be a genius, which I'm not, by the way, not by any means. See, that's the other thing. People misperceive you. See, my IQ, I put it at like 80, but some people will think it's 800. And then they'll fake themselves out. No, 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 you have to be conceited because you're so damn intelligent. What are you talking about? I don't consider myself intelligent. That's you. And then you're adding that conceit factor because that's what you would do, dummy. You're projecting. And then I say that, and then they look at me again, and their face turns beet red again. And then some of them have, they try to kill you right there. Like they feel like you've burnt their grandmother or something. But that's just what happens in purgatory sometimes. I see it funny now. But people out there in that external validation game, they're not going to get a drop to drink. If they are smart and surrounded by a bunch of bunnies, it's not going to be a fun time. There's going to be some incongruency there in neuroatypical kinds of exchanges. So play dumb. If you're smart, you don't have to shine for everyone. Just shine where it matters and keep yourself small. Because let's take the human animal into account. I think people are provoked. They go into that stupor state because they're surrounded by dumb people all the time, that they think that's normal. So have some compassion, and then if you notice that's happening, dial it down like 10. That doesn't mean be patronizing. That means they're signaling to you that you're coming in at the UFO level, and they're in the Mariana Trench. So you need a submarine, not a spaceship, to connect with them. So high people can go low. That's the thing low people don't understand. It's just sometimes those signals get crossed, or the other person assumes you're on their level when in fact you're on some different level, some different dimension. How about that? Instead of up and down, it's just you're over there in different coordinates. And so the smart person can come to you, but it's a lot better that there's not an ego problem to begin with. I can't tell you people how many times there has been conflict based on that. And then the blindness. So the HSP, he has, or she can see these other things, but doesn't see their own role, their own theatrical mismatching. That is, in a way, aggravating the situation. So let's take a bear. If you show up looking like a bear and acting like a bear, the bear's going to feel more comfortable. See, you're going to the bear. The bear's not bad. It's just if you provoke a bear, you can get a provoked response. Now, truly noble, intelligent people would never in a million years get worked up about somebody else's intelligence. That is such a damn blind spot. But if you know that it's a very common thing for common people to do, then you can take that into account. Again, having to shine all the time, that is annoying. And that's what vulgar people also think you're doing. They think you're trying to outshine them in some type of petty kind of brinkmanship that they engage in, when you never engage in that, and it's not what you're doing at all, but that's how they're perceiving it. So HSPs, you're so sensitive, then pick that one up and adapt accordingly, and don't put your little external validation Bettler's can out there and ring those few crummy coins you got in there all day long, because it's not worth it. That's not where the validation comes from. It comes from within. But as far as interacting with society, look, no hate at all, no ill will at all. Complete neutrality, That's where it's at. Compassion, that's where it's at. Not having to shine, that's where it's at. No self, that's where it's at. Misunderstandings can happen, you can work through them. But coming in lower instead of higher is probably just a smart default kind of position to have. And not the smart guy. Get the reputation. Oh, this guy, he's smart. Look, nobody's that smart. Even these people, I love talking about rocket science because everyone thinks that's so complicated, and it is. But rocket scientists are as dumb as they come when it comes to all these other life's issues. They got all different types of blind spots. Their radar doesn't pick up these. I'm willing to bet women are a big problem for rocket scientists. They figured out the curvature of the Earth, but they haven't figured out how women work. And they know that's true. See, most common people be like, no. They're looking right now skeptical. There's a couple of unibrows here in the front row. They're looking like incredulous. But back there, people are balling. They know it's true. The real rocket scientists, they're all on board this spaceship. Destination unknown. We're leaving the worldly behind. We're getting beyond the 5 sense rounds. I can feel it. We're almost in orbit, just hanging there tight. I want one of them first class tickets over this marvelous planet. Just have to do it myself. Just imagine ourselves being completely free and untethered to those types of vulgarities that I just mentioned, and letting people shine and not putting extras on that, but also not trying to outshine any type of masters out there. What's the point into getting into some conflict? And then I had to reflect on my words, and I thought about it for a second. I think some of what I said could be considered a criticism, especially other schools, and that is not to be taken that way at all. I think all schools, all attempts at innovating as far as spiritual purification goes are worthy pursuits and very venerable. But there is skillful and there is unskillful. But that's not just an objective measure. The true authenticity of that test, the individual practitioner must know. And if they deceive themselves, who are they kidding again? Where's Davidana right now? Davidana? Davide. What, is he having a good time? Where is he according to the theory? Davidana. So don't be like that. I think that was the point of that story. Have very grave consequences. But this is how people are. They will take in or mistake something and then say something and then, or misunderstand something, and then all of a sudden it gets this round and round kind of effect. But no, I think all practitioners, they're working with what they can. And the basic schools are venerable enough. They are good enough. In fact, I wouldn't even call this one necessarily a school. It's just practicing. Yeah, it's the school of life. There you go. Basic, practical philosophy. Nothing special. But yeah, bright light people, HSP people, it's not easy. It's not easy being green. But being green is good, so don't be too hard on yourself when that Bettler's cup comes back empty every time. Got people out here that can't even push a button for coffee. You know, a coffee machine, they can't even hit that button. Run around here buying things they don't need, but can't hit a button. But that doesn't matter. That's okay. You know, everyone needs to know what they like and what they don't, and what they can afford for themselves in terms of putting things in right places versus wrong places, such as being generous with good things. So yeah, Schopenhauer, he wasn't enlightened, but he was pretty close. He brought a lot of interesting observations of purgatory into this realm. And had he had the Tripitaka in translated form that we have today, I'm pretty sure he would have been ecstatic about that. So don't let the opportunity go to waste. Study when and where you can. Someone wrote in and said, you know, I'm really into all the Buddhism stuff, but the reincarnation thing sort of throws me for a loop. How can I look at that in a way that makes it accessible for me? Thank you. And I get it. I totally get it. A lot of that stuff's difficult to just take on faith, but one way, if you want to look at it in just a different nuanced way, freeing yourself from past lives, you could say freeing yourself from old patterns of thinking and acting. There you make it more immediately psychological. And then you should be able to get it like, okay, by changing the way I see things internally, by changing my attitudinals, by raising my frequency, I will not revert back to old patterns. I have closed that chapter. And that is not part of my future lives. You see, it's not part of my future. It's not part of any future lives going forward into even possible future lives. If you've really integrated that level of consciousness into your being, that's pretty miraculous. That's pretty miraculous. That is magical right there, if you can get that. And yet a lot of times we do that. We do that all the time. Like as little babies, you used to have the habit of doing number 2 in your diapers. You did, yes you did. I'm 100% certain of it. But do you do that now? Probably not. So that's that past life that you lived as a different kind of being, that's not coming back. At least not intentionally. You could have an accident and some old people lose control. But see, then it's not in their control. It's a physical thing. It's old age, sickness, and death that are unavoidable. It's not anything you would do intentionally. See, self sabotage, self blame, self hate, self criticism, that's all what we're talking about, unraveling here. But this dissatisfying realm with forms and conditions and randomness and old age, sickness, and death, we're not going to be missing those in any way, because that's how this dimension is comprised. But the self-criticism, self-doubt, self-centeredness, egoically captured ways of thinking and acting, intentionality, words, the way we think, the way we act. All of those things we can change, and we can leave unwholesomeness behind. And we can determine to do that. And even if we fail now and again, we're living substantially different lives because of our practice, because of our right view, and because of our right effort. And that's the only damn thing keeping us from falling back into those old patterns that we know are unwholesome many times, but we are usually sabotaged from below. Because that's really where we need to anchor the practice so that it's automatic. And we only get that by repetition. But we only get that repetition by having the awareness of shutting down the things that we, in our sense of awareness, are able to determine to be wholesome and unwholesome based on the very long list of unwholesomeness that unwholesome things that are known in at least Buddhist circles, where they also see worldliness as in itself as a dumb way of being and acting, which for Westerners is really hard to wrap their minds around. A lot of them just want some of the good things, and then they leave the more significant things, just because they don't have that drive. They don't have that bodhisattva kind of determination. And that's just karma, that you could be born that way. They might have to live 1,000,000 lives to get to a point where they're able to do that type of editing, spiritual editing and curation. And so just think of the oceans of suffering and tears that await them, which they require that jet fuel to get them out of this orbit, out of this gravitational centricity to the 5 sense realms. So remember, in all of these things, all of it's nuanced, and some of the language was imperfectly translated, and some of the conceptuality, you can look at it at 5 different ways. And they all might have some little drop of insight or meaning to it. But don't get caught up on the technicalities. And don't get caught up in a state of disbelief. It takes time to understand these things. It takes time to gain optionality and directionality, and it takes time to comprehend and to saturate yourself and to experiment just with looking at things without a lot of the frames that we've been framed with. And yeah, it really is unfortunate. Like, for example, even the word occultism has a taint in English of being disreputable, and there's a reason for that. There's a lot of unskillful people that go into it that are looking for some type of justification or cover or rationalization for their unwholesomeness. And so they think that they'll have the leeway for that outside of more formalized dogmatic structures. And it's unfortunate because they take a lot of things and present them to a lot of different people and essentially end up discrediting the things that they fat finger and misrepresent. You have to think of the other franchises just trying to poo-poo the other types of schools, like, I'm the Timberland factory, so, F the other people, they're not the authentic thing, kind of worldly game. And you'd really be surprised, like these religious schools and people and practitioners, and this goes back to the Buddha. You can read it in the Tripitaka. He had problems with the Brahmins who wanted to be the moral authorities. Now the Buddhists managed it skillfully, probably more skillfully than any other group in history. But still, it was there, and it's still here today. Other people that are dogmatically committed to their brand, they will try to troll and buffoon and misrepresent the other alternatives. And hate on, secretly. Like I knew they sort of did hate on each other, but the maniacal ways that they try to buffoon each other using these cultural operatives is pretty reprehensible and diabolical. But, 5 cents realm, who should be surprised about that? So I think all religions have something to offer, but their practitioners are hit and miss. And even Buddhists, that people saying they're Buddhists, they just, when they walk past the shrine, they might just out of reflex bow 3 times, which of course is pretty auspicious in a way, but if it means nothing to them other than that, how much of a Buddhist are they really? You just got a bunch of people born in Buddhist countries acting like numbskulls, misrepresenting the brand. And ask, okay, so you killed these 5 people, so your name is, and date of birth, and what was your religion? Oh, you're a Buddhist? Oh, okay, let me write that one down. That's about how much it means to them when it counts, which means it doesn't. So are they what they say they are? What would the Buddha say? Right up into the point that they weren't, right? So don't get caught up on labels and dogmas in schools, but do not mix and match your practice, and don't take any of these representatives of a practice as definitive, because they're just representing what they know or what they want other people to know. And I did talk about transcendentalism in another lecture. That's when sort of real academics and amateurs got into it. Then it created somewhat of a sensation, and that's when charlatans were like, yes, I want to get in on this. So same phenomena today. Not only do we have terroristic cultural operatives and the haters that I mentioned, but you have screwballs and just bad people trying to get in on something they think they belong in. And then you saw transcendentalism. The charlatans came, people went to Southeast Asia, and it was really hit or miss for decades after that. Now things are starting to refine, but all these factors are in play in the 5 cents realm. And certainly group dynamics are fraught with difficulties. That's another great aspect of the Tripitaka. We're talking about one of the holiest people the world has ever known, and then just a damn circus-like games and atmosphere that surrounded the Buddha during his lifetime. It's just... it, I talk about my comedy routine. That was just ongoing comedy. I'm sure for the celestial beings that were in the vicinity watching things go down, they were laughing on the inside a lot. But that's just the way this place is. Purgatory will troll you. You will not get through purgatory without being trolled. And if you thought this place was not purgatory, then look at that, how you've been trolled. Because if you haven't had any real hardships yet, they're out there. So how prepared are you for them? I know there's rainstorms. That's why my poncho, it's ready to go. I have those big holes and rips. I've repaired them. I wax the poncho from time to time. I keep it in a good working order. And when those big rainstorms come and I throw that thing on in an instant, I just watch those big pearls of water just flow without even making a millimeter of penetration. Like paraffin, it's just that thick, the film. It's that waxy kind of baked in resistance to H2O, and it just, there isn't a drop of it that gets through. But yeah, getting stuck in patterns, that's a form of living hell, especially if they're unwholesome patterns, like cognitive patterns, ways of thinking, seeing the world that are detrimental to your well-being. That's insidious, and it's widespread. And in an age of cultural terrorism and psychological warfare and World War III having happened and information networks not keeping people up to date on these things, and just general unskillful postmodern moronism and peonism and neo-peonism and slavery and all those other things. It's no wonder people are losing their dadgun minds out there. So being a proponent of skillfulness, the more skillful people out there, the better for everyone. And also for future generations. People that might hear this and pass it forward, pay it forward, they're helping people's future lives. Like if some people get reborn, if I get reborn in 400 years, then hopefully the world will be a little bit of a better place than the wonky doodleness of this current age. And yet, look, wonky doodleness is part of it. It's just how much can you compartmentalize that, and how much can you not? And is it really true that you can compartmentalize all of it, or most of it, and if not, why not? So this practice absolutely should empower you to start that journey and stick to it no matter what. Look, poncho, it's way better than not having one. Good practice, way better than not having one. In fact, I would say you don't have one, you're not going to make it. So if your culture didn't prepare you with a good practice, that culture is essentially defunct, whether it wants to see itself as that or not. It was just the other day I was listening to a commenter. He's like, you know what? All these damn politicians, these total and utter charlatans and sadists, they keep talking about the economy, but that's an abstract concept. That's a bunch of numbers that are based on probably fake numbers anyway. Economy went up, went down, inflation up, down. That's all theory. That's what the hell does that have to do with practice? That's no judge of how well a society is doing. How about how about the second part? How's that wealth distributed? Oh well, 95% don't have $400 left over to pay for an emergency, and 5% are like on infinite wealth, and also on zero Fs for the 95%. And the environment, the planet, wars, you name it. Although they claim they're very concerned about those things, they're really not. They're concerned with sophistry and rhetoric, but that's about as far as it goes. So terribly deluded, awful people in this time, but when was that not the case? So empower yourself to extract yourself from those types of toxic environments, and if you're stuck in one of them, at least you can check out spiritually and feel zero regret. See, they're wearing the zero F watch, you can wear the zero R watch. Like zero regrets not having to deal with people that are wearing the zero F watch. So that's how you can keep time with people keeping that type of time. You can spot them and you can drop them or avoid them as much as you can. That's how it works, and it's by degrees. You got a TV? Well, don't turn that thing on randomly. Use it as a tool for upliftment and education and not for anything else. And not overly much. You got to relegate, you got to compartmentalize, you've got to distance yourself, you've got to disassociate from, you've got to avoid all of that other stuff, and then embrace these other counterintuitive things, these supernormal things instead. Oh, I never heard of the 5 precepts. What's that? Well, yeah, it's half the 10 Commandments, a lot easier to follow. But if you don't take that seriously, you're not going to get to any other higher levels. It's really nice to tell people that up front. Like, it's real practical. Like, you want to get into distant theory, you're a doctorate. You're doing your doctorate in comparative religion or something. You're not following the 5 precepts. It doesn't matter a damn thing what you think you know about practice or practical philosophy. You don't know a damn thing. Oh, that's too much. What would I do if I'm not doing that? Well, yeah, exactly. You're self-selecting yourself into permanent duncery and a lot of dissatisfaction. So that's you. Do you. That's not who you want to be, then you're going to need the 5 precepts. And like I said, today we got a lot of softies and smuggies and other terroristic operatives that want to fudge those 5. Like I said, that one sexual misconduct, if you understand that in a wide sense, about half of the nuttery of this time just disappears like that. How about the ridiculous conceit that you don't think you're the thing that you are, so other people have to play pretend with you. Regarding your sex, isn't that a form of sexual misconduct? Well, I guess it is. Well, who would be against that? Well, according to 5 precepts, people that don't do that are bad. But not bad because God said so. Bad because it leads to bad results. Such as not gaining any additional wisdom because you're not bringing 5 basic requirements. How about that? We changed. Somebody was like, precepts, I don't know what that means. How about this? 5 basic requirements. You need it. You see your hand, you have 5 fingers. You have your 5 fingers, your hand is complete. Then you don't have to worry about not having enough fingers for the job you need. Think of like a Star Trek panel where they have to put their hand on it so that it scans their hand and then it opens the door. Well, if you're only bringing 4 fingers to the game, you're only bringing 4 requirements, that door is not opening. It's not budging an inch. You're missing a piece. So knowing that, look how much time and frustration and anger and disappointment I've just saved a Patujana that wants to get into the spiritual journey game. You don't have it, that's it. That's where you stay. You stay at that door, pressing your hand on it. Just the same way you started, that's where you will stay. Once you bring the 5 fingers to that panel, that door will open. But you lose one of those fingers, that door will reappear and lock you out again. Back to square zero. Look how much time and frustration that basic truth will save people if they know it and are not ignorant. So your higher philosophy, your theoretical philosophy, it doesn't mean a damn thing. You're wasting your time. People need practical, effective, repeatable philosophies. That's wise. That's wisdom. That's the love of wisdom. That other crap, like I said, post-structuralism, it's a form of cultural terrorism. It's a complete waste of time. And look how much effort their brain flippers have put into that. Look how much time they've wasted with that. And they've created a bunch of different things like that, like decolonization, another complete waste of time, another organized form of cultural vandalism. So that's what people are paying for, that's what people are investing their time in, instead of a good practice. That's awful. That's just, you could just stare at that and just zone out, contemplating the destruction of those ridiculous occurrences that have been going on for decades now, no questions, no intelligentsia able to point that one out. These Overton, overweight conservatives, drunk half the time, they didn't pick that one up, couldn't pick that one apart enough for the public, so that people are still wasting their time with it and engaging with these people on some type of level of equality when they're engaging in cultural vandalism, leading to cultural extermination. And a 95.5 luxury class. So yeah, 24 bad year for Western civilization. There's been a lot of bad years like that you probably don't know about, because they have a bunch of fairy tale nonsense they'd rather that you know, instead of the important pivots in history and why those things happen and not the way they think they did. But 5 cents realm, bunch of captured sadists. Those types of people have existed everywhere at all times, and if they ever did get or pull the wool over the eyes of the people they predated on, the results were predictable. So we have a data disconnect, we have a lot of misinformation, and a lot of sophistry and misrepresentation. So this is part of this postmodern moronic context, social, economic, political context that we find ourselves in at this time. But yeah, things change, right? Forms and conditions and randomness. Just because that's out there, just because there are factories producing air pollution, you don't have to live downwind from them. Now, I understand a lot of people feel trapped. This is the normal way to feel. This is why it is a form of terrorism. Because nobody votes for this crap, right? It's just done to them. It's not consensual, but look, at some point, if you're feeling, if it's affecting you negatively, you do need to be honest with yourself, and you need to make some cuts and say, all right, well, this is not possible at this time because of this awful, unforeseen development. Maybe in 3 years, when there's an earthquake or that there's like the earth rips apart and all these people fall into it and then it closes back up again. In 3 years, that might be the right time. But for now, if it's not, it's not. You've got these cartel people running around with masks, shooting people left and right. Drugs all over the place, no money. That's not the right time to set up an orange juice factory or something that you would otherwise do under optimal condition. It's unfortunate. It's just it's a reality-based assessment. It's just one of those things. So being imaginative isn't the best thing, like especially when you say, "Oh, wouldn't it be great if that was possible?" And then you get busted up about crazy ideas like that. Just think how much time you won't be wasting. Thank God I don't have to deal with the damn orange juice factory. Do something else. Or do nothing. Doing nothing is something. It's impossible really to do nothing. Do nothing from an external metric, but internally, if you're doing something, if you're manifesting, that's good enough. That's actually better than cartwheeling through this frown with a lot of attachment, which is doomed to cause suffering on some level at some point. So you're setting yourself up to fail again and again if you're still over-invested in the 5 cents wrong. So authenticity, sincerity, frequency, raise them up. Now's the time. If you didn't think you had the strength, just do something crazy. Do that dance practice. 5 minutes, dance as if you're auditioning for me. For my dance company, where only the best come in, you got 5 minutes. Let's see some frequency. Ready, set, go. Alright, so young people, listen to an old head, like someone who didn't think he would end up with some problems, but has a couple of insights that might be a benefit to you. So first off, all types of images are very powerful, so shield your eyes. Like the Japanese, they have a technique for photographers. Like, all the world can be terrible, but they will find the one angle at the right lighting at the right time so that everything looks perfect. Then they have that perfect picture. You see what I'm talking about? Like a 360 degrees type of optionality. That's the art. Like, they could have gotten crap in their shot, but they cut that out. Now, on one level, it conveys an illusion of perfection. But on the other level, it conveys pure skillfulness that can be put into practice in your internal life by being very aware how important images are, and only looking at positive, wholesome, life reaffirming, vitality increasing type of images, and not the other kind that have a terrible effect on people's moods and the way they feel, that they can never get back after seeing just one image. That can scar them for life. All of us are extremely sensitive creatures. Like a goldfish, you could subject a goldfish to electricity and harm it. Look, these images are harmful, and we don't have any regulation on them, so you need to protect yourself and others within your vicinity by not being a conduit of all of this negative energy, which is warlike, destructive, exterminationist, however you want to call it. So good people, you need to adopt a good practice, which is don't look at even for a second for any type of bad images. Look, I have to say, the Muslims, for example, they only have geometric forms that they tolerate and a couple of other things, but they are keeping a close watch on those things. And that comes from a place that predates Muslim civilizations. We're talking about Egyptians that knew about this. That they adopted from the Egyptians because the Egyptians knew what they were talking about. Why did the civilization fall? Like, there's not enough people doing enough practical research into these issues, but a lot of it had to do with psychology, just like today. So don't look at any messed up images. Like, any image is forbidden in places that, for example, people with at least some knowledge of the Quran would put up with, that are just considered, oh, so la la in Western civilization at this time. What? We've become less sensitive to these matters than people living in the desert? How did that happen? Well, look, people, these are all warlike measures, so everyone's got a DIY. When a hurricane blows in, where's the government going to protect your windows from all that debris flying around at hurricane levels? What? No, you gotta go out, get the plywood, cut it, put it up. If you want your windows intact, that's what you gotta do. So you gotta do that to the windows to your mind, which is your eyes. Get off of these social platforms, these companies. You need to reconsider what they're doing. You have no idea what they're doing with your data. You need to protect yourselves in all areas. It's all DIY. Nobody's coming to save you in this realm. DIY. And before I get way too technical, bring it down to the most basic level. Do not look at any images just randomly. We were meant to be in the cathedral of God, which is pure nature, which is not perverted, is not imperted, is not hostile in any way. Nothing of God is bad. Look at the grass just blowing in the wind. Look at that. Look at that from hours on end. And it will teach you something about how good God is. But these things you see on your phone, they turn people into monsters and kill them in ways that are so reprehensible that they haven't even been classified as the kinds of war crimes that they are. And it's women and children and poor people and middle class, everybody in between, working class, they don't give a rat's ass about you. So even if they mix in 10% of poison into whatever grain, whatever daily images you're just randomly looking at, that's going to kill you if you don't watch out. I recommend at this time, especially women that aren't even capable of understanding how dangerous these things are, that they revert back to dumb phones. That means no screen at all. Just somebody needs to call you, they can reach you. And you can call someone if somebody needs to reach you. That's it. No kind of screens, nothing. And as far as what you fill your minds with, there are geometric shapes that you can write, and they can be transmitted to you, and you can look at them for hours on end, and you can use it to improve yourself, your mood, your understanding of this universe, and you're not going to be cluttered and polluted by all this other stuff. So I understand there's other people selling that stuff. I'm not selling you that. I'm selling you freedom from that. I'm selling you dignity, civility, and respect. But I'm not selling that to you. I will benefit perhaps zero from that. But on the other hand, when all of us benefit, I know that I will benefit. When I'm starving, like when I get knocked off of whatever horse I'm riding on, if the people are doing good, they will not let me die. But if not, they will. That it's as simple as that. I don't need to know names and places and faces. It's just that way. I want all people to be doing well for themselves, and I wish them all well. All living beings in this realm, I wish you all well. I don't want you to fail. I don't. I'm rooting for all of your good instincts, all of the blessings of your ancestors, all of the auspiciousness that could convince you of a different path, the holy path. I am so much for that. If you, even the worst criminal, hear these words and change, you will have benefited me without even knowing it. So protect your mind, protect your eyes, protect your ears. Bad music is unacceptable. Any kind of bad music, any kind of bad noise. So look, people, they have technical solutions. You can get these noise canceling things. If you're in a hostile environment, use them. You don't need to hear gunshots, and you don't need to hear propaganda or some type of pernicious, poisonous, sociological, social engineering kind of nonsense, because that's how they're coming at us at this time, from all angles, all levels, all directions, and we need to start taking defensive measures in all aspects. And women, look, you're the weakest of us all. So they want to make you think you're the strongest of us all. So you believe that BS, you're going to be the end of us all. It's a team effort. So take care of your damn selves. Guess who's telling you that? It's not some crazy old woman in the 5 cents realm. It's a crazy old man that has died too many times to count. And why? Because, yeah, that's my karma. And I'm looking to improve it because I don't want to come back to purgatory. And I told everyone, I will never go back to hell. I won't do it. And that is further along on the path. But even if you're early into this thing, you can adopt that mindset because I just transmitted it to you. It is better for you that way because this isn't the only life. You didn't just show up here and death isn't the end of this. Try to expand your comprehensions because the ancients, they knew about this. It's modern moronism that would obscure you from that. Deepen your experience, deepen your awareness, and be sensitive to these things. You can look at geometric shapes. Do not look at artificial things coming just from any old source, just randomly. That's like taking a drink from any old source and thinking you will maintain your health. It is very foolish, very irresponsible. And any man that has to do with women, you need to take care of this for them because they might not understand it. This is socially pathogenic kinds of transmissions, and the effects are so horrible that they are to be considered war crimes in the future. But right now it's just illicit, permissible kinds of forms of attack. But all good people, look, health is what I'm for. If I discover some type of new type of poison, I'm not going to go in a conspiracy kind of hole for you. I'm just going to raise awareness, and then of course you're going to have to take what I say and look into it yourselves and protect yourselves if it's true. If it's not true, perhaps I was presented some kind of misinformation. So look, this can happen to any of us, anywhere, at any time. Please be aware of the dangers of these things and take care of yourself and others by being such insightful, beneficial, compassionate, understanding kinds of creations in this dimension, because not being that is very bad karma, and being that is excellent karma. Like, you could shave off easy 10,000, maybe even 100,000 lives by just making the most basic of precautions, and then cultivating that, curating that slowly over time. You can build entire rainforests that will speak for you in the lives to come. Please, please take your lives seriously. Take your karma seriously. Please do this for me. Because even me, I need every last dewdrop to keep me from the fires of Gehenna. Please commit yourself to sincere and authentic practice. Thank you. I was watching someone the other day and they were talking about suffering from bad mental health. And I don't know about you, but for me that word has been tainted. But if you are able to just see it in the neutral way, that, yeah, you can have good physical health, you can have poor physical health, you can have good mental health, you can have poor mental health, you can go through different phases. Like, I was feeling great, then I caught a cold, I was physically sick for 3 days, I had to take care of myself, had to. Here's a tip for you. Next time you have a cold, get some marmalade or jam. Strawberries work well if they're whole strawberries. Don't just get the stuff that has no real fruit in it. Come on, people. Be compassionate to yourself so you can afford marmalade. Go up a couple of levels, and then take like 2 or 3 spoonfuls and put it into a mug, and then maybe Earl Grey or something like that, and pour hot water over it. So it's sort of a sweet fruit tea. And make yourself 1 or 2 of those a day until the flu or the cold or whatever it is that you're dealing with goes away. But see, that seems so straightforward and banal when you're talking about a cold, but how do you cure mental health? Like, how can you stay compassionate to yourself? How can you be skillful towards yourself during an episode that is harder to define because there's no physicality really involved? A lot of it's counterintuitive. And certainly nobody from the outside can really one-to-one understand what you're talking about, especially when you don't understand what's going on. But of course, they can give you some pointers. Sometimes these are helpful people, sometimes these are people that mislead people. Or perhaps you mislead yourself because you understood it this way, because your attitudinals were this way. Your blockages and hindrances were this way, so that was the only thing you were able to see at that time until you had some type of shift of perspective, until that insight crystallized in the transformational process, until that moment when you adopted the 360-degree style and decided to look for a different way of looking at things. See, the 360-degree style is it possible that this is due to me being hung up on seeing things in a particular way? That is to say, I am obsessed and focusing on the worst parts of the sphere. Like, just imagine a sphere around you, 360 degrees, it's all there. You are focusing your telescope into that part of deep space that is troubling you. And it's normal to do that. Hit yourself with a stick and then try to forget that you did that. Well, what does your mind do? Well, it goes to the spot where you were injured. That's how we're all built. Now, a lot of these injuries on a spiritual level, see, I like to change, so it's not mental health, it's spiritual health. It gives it a better connection to ancient times where we can include a lot of different perspectives than the modern one, which is deficient. See, we have regressed culturally since materialism became ascendant. And the caste orthodox class that signed off on that, they're still powerful in this time. And they're not looking to budge or change their minds. So if they say you're crazy according to their principles, then you just have to accept that. Because this is where we are as a culture that is in post-modern moronism. But be that as it may, ancient people, we were all the same. We've always been like this, more or less. The human experience, yes, I can read a book from 2,500 years ago and it resounds today as clear as a bell. Their experiences, what they wrote about, their poetry, their spiritual practices, their hygienic practice. Hygiene is an ancient Greek word. You use it every day. Hygiene, hygiene, hygiene. Why can't the people who developed the word tell us a little something about it? Maybe they know more than just the Webster dictionary definition that, due to horrible political reasons, might have been reinvented to mean the opposite of what it once meant. In postmodern moronism, no problemo. That's absolutely possible. It's already happening. But you see, look in my 360-degree style. Where is my telescope pointed right now? Oops, let me take back executive authority here. And let me redirect my telescope with 360-degree style. Now, I don't have to send it looking into the most beautiful parts of the universe, but I could, and then you have to ask yourself, why not do that? Maybe as a juxtaposition in a Dagas kind of style, which is to say, I was over-focusing on bad things, so to counterbalance that, let me find some really miraculous things to over-focus on, and then I'm going to allot as much time or more to over-focusing on the amazing things, the most internally enlightened and beautiful beings on this planet at this time, at this very second, but also for all time, that through their generosity and skill have left us remains of their insights that are, to this day, lighting up the world and freeing it from darkness. And so that is one component, which is to say the directionality of your inward gazing. Question it, dispute it. If you're feeling bad, dispute your directionality. See, your ego is the one that's holding the telescope. Say, hey, look, what's going on here? I disagree. The universe is bigger than this, so start looking around someplace else. You've been looking too much at the wrong things. That's what you have to tell your ego. Now, your ego, that just starts a conversation, doesn't it? No, you don't understand me. You don't know what's good. This is what's really happening. This is the important thing. See, the stick hit this arm, then the persona attached to that. This is a big deal. So there's going to be that egoic resistance or blockage. And then on top of that, there's a couple of other things in play, such as not wanting to admit one is wrong. The ego doesn't want to admit that. The ego doesn't want to diminish itself. It can't relinquish control. Otherwise, the forces of chaos will reign supreme. And on and on and on and on like that. But then there's also something more subtle, and that is there is suffering, so there is directionality, let's say wrong view. But we always know whenever there's suffering, there's always an attachment. We know this. This is engineering. That is the bolt that's holding it to you. So, that's in play. And then look slightly away from the attachment to the causality of the reasoning that's keeping that attachment locked in place. Like just imagine you have an Allen key, one of those hexagon kinds of screws like you get from IKEA, and you put it in, it fits perfectly, and you try to turn it, and it just won't turn, it won't budge. That attachment won't loosen. Well, what's jamming that up could be causality. Maybe you don't want to loosen that attachment. Your ego doesn't want it to be dismantled. Perhaps the ego is invested in it. Perhaps the ego has suffered a verbal injury. And so its fist has doubled down. It's clenched on. This doubling down, people, this is psychology. Every casino in the world knows what doubling down is all about. People, wait a second, let me just take a pause. Let's count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On this planet, just within those 5 seconds, somebody somewhere lost, let's say, $20 million because of that. They had an objectively bad position that they subjectively misinterpreted and egoically doubled down on that position. And what did they do, people? That's right, they lost double instead of just taking the L. Why won't we take the L? You guessed it. Egoic investment, narrative investment. I'm the triathlete. I have won 3 Olympic championships. I cannot lose to this senior citizen that managed to get to that place faster than I did. Just some version of absurdity like that. You get into pissing contests with people. I've even gotten into pissing contests with squirrels. Like I didn't want a squirrel getting into a certain bird feeder, and so it was a battle of wits. And finally, the squirrel won. So, but at least I had a laugh about what I was doing afterwards. But when I was stuck in the middle of it, I thought it was, battle of the wilderness for a minute or two. And so we get caught up on all these things. Why do we impute such an importance to vain and fleeting things? Have we over-identified ourselves internally with some external condition? Is that what we did? Is that it? Is that all? That abstract, that depersonalized, that disidentified? Just like that, we did that like hundreds of millions of other normal, common, vulgar, unskillful people? Is that what I did? Did I just hit my thumb with the hammer like in those Bugs Bunny cartoons? Did I just do that? Am I human? Did I make a mistake? Did I fail? Did I expect too much? Am I making unskillful comparisons on top of all of that? I only have $100 million, but the guy with the gold teeth has 101, and I just can't let that stand. Is it something as crazy as that? Because people take crazy as high as they go. They take crazy as low as they go. So you might be in a crazy low place, but there's no reason you need to put double and triple on top of it. Take the L, cut the loss. Gain the insight. Embrace the discomfort. Discomfort is transformational. How about this? That hitting my thumb with a hammer, I'm going to use that pain not to criticize myself. I'm going to use that to ask myself, look, I might be getting too comfortable. What was I thinking? How did this happen? What else is going on around here that I should be aware of? What other cobwebs are upstairs that I should brush out? Am I over-invested in this project? Am I being unskillful? Am I trying to do too much? What about the emotional picture? Why is there this nearly palpable, explosive sense of rage just ready to go at a hair's trigger? Where is this coming from? Like, you do it as like a body check. Like, whoa, wake up, lights on, pain's here, something. This is a good thing. See, we're going to take the supernormal approach. This is a good thing. I'm going to take a breather. I'm putting this damn hammer down. It's coffee break time. I'm turning this lemon into lemonade. And now I'm going to reflect on just life in general, the universe in general. I might just take this whole day off. Because the internal transformation, it is more important than these externalities that come and go. Just imagine how rich the biggest mogul of Kiev, property mogul, thought he was before the war. After a couple missiles came crashing through, what are their holdings worth again? It's a theory. Whoever can show up with a couple of something or other might get it. And then even after that, they might not hold it. And in between that, they could get sky high. But of course, that's an extreme situation historically, but really it's not. Everywhere things are changing. It's forms and conditions. There is no security in this realm. Purgatory doesn't let you bring anything really in, and it doesn't let you bring anything out except karma. A karma that you didn't create in this life necessarily, but was there and came from different directions, different dimensionalities. The electromagnetic realm. Did you know there were 3 different very strange solar flares that happened in the last 5 minutes? Which somehow changed everyone's mood all at the same time. In a certain way. Perhaps just slightly. Many people suppress it, or all of them, except 2 crazy people that start saying that, or start seeing things, not saying things, seeing things. So we live in a very complex dimension. It's much more complex than you know. And that's the other thing that the ego does. It conveys to you in the sense, or in the moment that it is torturing you the most, that it also is all-knowing. That the conclusion that it came to at that moment is irrefutable. That there are no other ways of seeing the things, because the way it sees it, that's the only way. And it's their way or the highway. And so it's a form of tantruming psychologically, cramping, obsessing, identifying over and over again. Now, this is the good thing. You see, yeah, last minute, 1 minute ago, that no longer exists. If you're continuing that process in this minute, well, that's bad news, but here's the good news. You can stop any cognitive process. You can. It's not easy sometimes, especially when you're overridden with emotion and cramped, egoically cramped, hardened on a position with a lack of perspective. Yeah. Is that understandable? But don't make that your end state when you have all of that optionality, and exercise it right now. Just going to change your point of view. Just randomly imagine a falcon flying in front of a perfectly blue sky with big billowing white cumulus clouds just rising up like columns here and there. As you see a circle with a cross that turns from a diamond into gold. It just gets brighter and brighter and brighter till you finally not just see the light, but feel it too. But then yet, someone will come back the next day, teacher, that was so amazing, that's so awesome. I never want to leave, I want to be here all the time. Well, look, it's about you doing it repetitively, DIY style. Now, okay, that's why there are teachers and students, because students want to stay with the teacher because the teacher gets them there. It's inspiring, it's so real in this otherwise unreal dimension. So many students cling onto their teachers like that. And because it is a daily process, they want to be within the vicinity of the teacher on a daily basis. It's very reassuring. It's very real. But it's still a crutch. They need to do this process themselves. When they shower themselves, they are doing it themselves. Where is their teacher? And they need to be aware of what needs special attention. Well, here it was the claws of the tiger that caused this wound. So it needs special care. But the teacher is not there to heal it. And so that is what we should think. However, so long as the teacher lives, many people will use both, the best of both worlds, if they can. And perhaps it's their good fortune to experience such a thing in this dimension that is also based on a causality that is beyond what is knowable. But everyday practice, yes, my practice, it's 24/7, 365. No breaks. but it is work that is not work. It is the point of existence itself. It's the whole reason for being alive. It's the whole point. It's like a carburetor being a carburetor, which isn't being a cream puff, okay? Or a Christmas ornament, right? It's a little bit more dynamic. You got things coming at you quick. Like, hey, we don't know where that truck is and people are dying all around us, so what do we do now kind of dimension. Where I thought everything was fine and oops, I stepped on a nail. What now? This dimension is taking me here. What is this new discomfort zone that I find myself in? I just knocked the last opponent out. Look at this one. Some ninja just jumped off, did a double backflip off a limb and threw 3 stars that I had to dodge. And now he's coming at me with a full-on charge. So that's what's happening right now, right here, right now. Or maybe not. Maybe that's all just in one's mind. Where is the alligator? Oh, it's not here. Well, isn't that nice? What are the chances? Probably a lot lower than you were thinking. See, ego knows. Ego knows. Don't question ego. It knows. It always knows. Egotistical people, they're always right, aren't they? Were they at fault? Nope, it was the other thing. This, everything pointing out. See, imagine a circle with all the arrows pointing out from it. One arrow coming in, all the arrows bouncing off. Impenetrable. That mechanism, it can't be improved. It's broken until it changes internally and lowers the defenses and takes that ray of God, admonition, hardship, disappointment, discomfort, and transmutes it into Rheingold, into elixir, into holiness, transformation, acceptance. But that process, it takes time. It could be open-end, depending on your skills level and your intuition, your ability to engage in very subtle work. That's why I think they talk a lot about the female side of things. That is somewhat of a female, it's more receptive and gestating kind of work, which for me was not straightforward or intuitive. I had to cultivate that like rare plants over long periods of time, because the part of my microenvironment that had those types of things were stamped with rubber boots on a continuous basis. You ever see those fields where it's supposed to be filled with grass or flowers, but because people take the shortcut, that it's stamped down like that and nothing grows? That's sort of what I had going on there. So I had to like build a fence and put up a sign, like boundaries, and then I had to break up the soil, Thor's Thuner style, And then I had to germinate it, then I had to weed. Yeah, I had to really, and then I had to watch that people didn't jump the fence. Then, of course, some of them did, and then I had to repair those until it finally got established. I had to do a lot more watering, for the thing to work. Now, on the other side, there's the Silly Sally crowd that have all that, but they don't have any of the manly insights. Also, how about this? Manly action, right action. Which is to say, look, it's not enough to know what's good, to feel what's good, but to do what's good. That's where a lot of these silly sallies are falling down. And not just that. So they need to cultivate that side of themselves. But they can't do it drastically. It has to be slow and cultivated and intuitive. You've got these women that are acting like caricatures of men. Oh, we're go-getters. We're going to take these positions we have no skill at. We're going to be the best by other means of being the best type of women. That's really obnoxious. And doomed to failure. If not in the purgatory realm, which likes to troll personalities like that, then certainly in the realms to come. Because some people would say that Devadatta trolled the Buddha, but what did the Theravada Buddhists say about the fate of Devadatta? Be interesting to know what they think, where he is. So there are different scales of unskillfulness for men and women. I think a lot of men are forgiven for not being intuitive because we have a culture that has dehumanized men into just being workaday beasts. But that's not what men were meant to be. See, the priest, magician, king kind of thing. I won't say that all men are created equal, because they're not. Not if you believe in karma. But for certain men, that is their destiny, and they shouldn't be denied it, nor should they deny it in themselves. You're way more magical than you think, no matter what you do. In many cases. Now, when I say what you do in terms of how we socially define ourselves now, oh, I'm just a bum or a hobo or a pilgrim or a saint, kind of. Where are you on that spectrum? Well, you're probably not thinking you're a saint, but some people might think that. And why? Because they might be crazy. Because there really is no judge and jury on these things. 100 people said this person was a saint, so I guess we have to agree. Maybe that's how it works. Maybe you don't have to give people high titles. You could say, he was a friend, a good friend, or a good teacher. He was wrong about this, and this, but these 2 things he taught, they were so impactful. They completely changed my entire life. They removed these 2 attachments to these 2 things that were essential in my transformation. And for that reason, this person is venerable. We don't have to make holistic judgments about other people, and we don't have to do it about ourselves. We know that we have bad in us and around us. We know this. We accept this. We admit this. But we also transform, we change, we embrace transformation, we embrace challenge. We embrace elimination as well as cultivation. We understand that they work together for cultivation. And cultivation is the aim in all things. Which is to say, not just a calm mind all the time, but a mind that is fit for purpose. The purpose at the point of contact. The purpose at the point of meaning. A meaning, an infinite point in the middle of a circle that we deepen over and over again. We go deeper and deeper and deeper past the hindrances, the resistances, the agitations, the distractions, the misorientations, the blamings, the wantings, the cravings, the aversions, the fears, the past, the future. No, just here we clean out our space electromagnetically by raising the frequency. Never forget to do that. Your frequencies, people, are really way too low. You're suppressed. We live in an oppressive cultural climate. Many people are suppressed. So we aren't experiencing the level of joy our ancestors used to have by default. We have some very bad environmental variables in play. That is without a doubt. Which is why more individual practice is needed. When social structures fall apart, that we're tasked with this very important job to keep our frequency high and to keep our relations within ourselves hygienic, healthy, vibrant, loving and compassionate, and yet wisely and sparingly, which is to say sustainably, at the point of contact, at the point of meaning, repetitively, because this is a marathon, this is a triathlon. But every moment does count. And so we don't throw it away, and we don't look away, and we don't say that we're having a great time if we're not. People say be honest to other people. Be honest with yourselves. If you're suffering, take it seriously. And don't run away from it, and don't deal with it unskillfully. Take it head on, because that's how you integrate it. Like there's some great science fiction movies. I think it was Tron, the original Tron. Remember, I think the remake was sort of okay, but it still wasn't as good as the first one. Still way better, and it's still relevant. And you can see there's like a ship, some type of, it looks like a big bulky kind of spaceship on an electronic grid, and then it goes through some type of beam, and then it disintegrates. That's the type of process you need to do with a lot of your clunky ways of thinking and your attitudinals and your disappointments, dissatisfactions, and other things. Suppressed karmic kind of related gunk. And a lot of you need an entire overhaul like the Tron movie. But you younger people, if you don't get on the wrong path, you're not going to need as much corrective work. You see, when you're building a boat and you're bending the boards, if you bend them a little bit over time and you spray them with water, lagoos, makes them more pliable, and then you don't break or snap the planks or tear the grain. which would reduce the structural integrity of the hull. And you're also climatizing it for its future environment. So it requires a couple of extra things to work. That's the point. The wood is not defective. The boat is not bad. The craftsman must find the way. And it's not easy, but it does work. And it's not impossible. It's not hard. In fact, it's about understanding softness and hardness, shape, forms, and conditions, where you can remove a lot of the randomness from the equation. When you do it, and you measure these things with fine precision instruments of an electronic nature, you know that your tolerances are exceptionally good, all things considered. And yet, lo and behold, are those tolerances not there? Oh no, they are there? Well, that's not perfect. But can you live with that? Is it perfect enough? Is it good enough? How good does it need to be? Can you do it a little bit better and still not see it as a difficult thing? If so, why wouldn't you do that? Perhaps you've refined your process down so well that you can do so much more skillfully because it takes you so much less time because you don't make so many other mistakes. For example, something that a beginner might overlook is sourcing the materials from the wrong place until you learn why it's wrong and then you adapt. But you cannot know that all until you start. And so the action with right intention, right action, right view, right effort. Someone, a rather rude type of trolling person voted and asked or commented, well, you talk all these other things, which are so wonderful, but sometimes you make the mistake of talking about politics. Why is that so? And I thought to myself, well, that's a question I ask myself quite often. And I was wondering what he meant as far as like what political thing. And then I was thinking, if I did make a comment about something that one could consider political, which is itself a political act, in many cases very unwise one, then I was only just, let's say, imagining them from my point of view, which is just one person. And second of all, which is fraught with delusion, okay, by default, or could be, but not necessarily, depending on whether it's accurate or not. I think something is either accurate or not. If somebody comes in, like there's an estimator, you need a new driveway, and he estimates, and he gives you an estimate, and it's wrong based on his wrong calculations versus one that doesn't do that, but you didn't want to hear what the other one said, and you took the first estimate, and then you're not happy with what happens. That's your fault, but I think in that case, the people would probably rightfully blame the person that made the false statements. So it really does depend. If you're not in on some type of scam, why should you care if somebody calls scammers if they are scammers? But if they're not, why should they care if somebody calls them a scammer? Especially if they're in something like politics, which has been known to be beset with private interests since it began, because that motive is always there and it's not always a bad one. Looking out for one's interest can be a good thing if it's a group thing. It benefits the group as well as the individual. But if it overreaches to the point where it's a minority predating on a majority and giving nothing back but a lot of hate and disdain and dysfunction, then complaining about stuff like that should not be considered off limits by anyone. If somebody comes to your park and trashes it and you talk about it in unfavorable terms, why should anyone have a problem with that? That is good or claims to be good. But what's the problem? Do you got a problem with somebody complaining about somebody making problems? What type of problem do you have? You got bigger problems than those problems. But look, we know how this works. People that are doing bad things don't like people calling them out on it, and then they do bad things to those people too. Is it common, vulgar, stupid, ugly, horrible? Yeah. But again, how much do they want what they're taking versus how much they need versus how much are they really going to get if they go that way? About every little person and calling them this, that, or the other thing when they're living in, $300 million palaces and flying here and there. They're going to stop and kick a bum that said that they didn't like them? Come on. Now, on the other hand, also when, if anything I said was precisely accurate at the time I said it, those people could have drastically changed within the course of the time that I said that. That means they might not be the same people. The drug addict that stops taking drugs is no longer a drug addict. He's cured. He's someone else. He's what he decided to be after being a drug addict for a time. Okay, that's not the definitive thing about him. Like Buddha, we wouldn't really call him a yogi, although we could. But he wasn't just that. He didn't remain that. What was he really? Well, we come up with words to describe it, but what does it really matter, or did matter to him, if he had it, or a piece of it, or a little bit more of it one day than the next day? Maybe a little bit less of it, then a little bit more again, until it finally stabilized. So I think people should consider their practice, their work. Like, don't think you're not doing anything when you're practicing or working this way. When you're doing spiritual work, you're working. That's your work. But make it work. It can't be you just sitting around pretending to work, because that's really a charlatan's trap. Oh, I don't have to do anything. I'm claiming I'm working. I'm doing nothing. Well, you're doing. You're wasting your opportunity, and you will feel this, and then it will lead you to doing something foolish, and then you will return to those circuitous, foolish ways that we all know about, those loops. But that could be your destiny. But if it's not, that's how you prevent it. But by being truthful, you give the other side the opportunity to change. Because it could be that the other side could say to you, well, look, you are misperceiving me. You say I'm this, this, and this, but I've done this. You see how it can start a process of communication that is potentially beneficial? I have a grievance. Hello, you're the person responsible. Can we talk about this? And then, why is that wrong? Talking about things is not killing people. But people who kill people for talking about things, they're not good people necessarily. Now, I get it, incitements to riots and things like that. Look, there's differentiations here about talking and incitement. But of course, we know that despots, they feel that anything that injures them in any way, including publicly by being discredited for disreputable behavior, is enough of a reason to injure a counterparty that's opposed to that, opposed to malignant narcissistic supply. Well, I get that. Like, everybody should be able to understand that process. But how can you take something like that personally if you're not creating some type of personalized aversionary bridge to anyone in particular, especially if you don't know these people? You heard something from someone who said this, this, and this. It's just a point of view. If they're good people, they'll change. If they're bad people, they won't. And there's really nothing you could do one way or another other than be credible, at least to your own mind, and responsible to those that you do care for, even if you don't know them, because you love all of mankind and wish the absolute best for everyone, even different people. Look, I would really love if vastly different people could learn how to cooperate without getting on each other's nerves. In places that can flourish by not being overrun or suppressed or destroyed. And there are ways to do this that can be successfully done, but they haven't been up until now, which is the reason for a lot of dissatisfaction and irritation. But that's normal. It's like a zoo that just isn't being managed properly. The animals are not going to be feeling great. Like, I don't necessarily like alligators, but I do respect them. And if I was a steward for alligators, I would make sure that they have enough to eat and that their environment is wholesome for them. You see? But I wouldn't be throwing monkeys in the alligator pit and still claim like I'm looking out for the best interests of the monkeys and the alligators, unless there's like a reason for that. But I would never dispute the fact that monkeys and alligators like living apart. But we have sadists essentially that would dispute that point. So where would their motives lie if it doesn't make any damn sense? Well, we could go down that rabbit hole or just dismiss people who think, act, and are responsible for creating conditions that one could see that as on some level or another. So if their reputations are based on policies and actions like that, I would say those are reputations that were never there in the first place. Or if reputation should be used, it's just disreputable. There's lots of disreputable people in the world, people. I think we're now that we're sort of officially in a dark age, I would say that we could probably easily say there's a lot of disreputable people around that helped all that happen in their own sort of organized way, but it's not the only way of doing things. I like to also present people with alternatives. Like, okay, we had this system, it got captured by these types of interests, and then everybody got screwed for, 30 years. But we're gonna turn that one off. Well, turn this new system on, and then turn that one off. And the new system won't be like that. It'll be distributive. It will not be overburdensome. It will be wholesome, civil, respectful, but not naive or utopianistic. Realistic, achievable, with a strong spiritual hygiene component to it. So that people can, via catharsis, detoxify themselves and orient themselves towards things that will truly benefit them and not a bunch of ideological gibberish that leads nowhere. That we don't need to be overproducing, that we rather do need to have better cohesion and also better results for these procedures that, if we are to be credible, do need to have credible results in order to be credible. That is to say, it can't just be subjectively credible, that the people just feel amazingly, brilliantly renewed by all of these practices. But that as within, as without, their entire communities flourish, their entire micro and macro environments flourish, are rejuvenated, reconcepted, entirely remade to reflect that inner change, that inner dynamic, that fihu kind of magnifying raisure in frequency, so that we unleash a boom of greatness, beauty, design, harmony, congruency, transmutation, change, adaptation, all of these things, and takes them to the highest levels that we can achieve, but rooted in a sustainable, basic, simple practice that starts over again and again and again and again, because that's how it works. It looks like you're walking a straight line, but you're on the curvature of the earth. Coming back to discomfort zone theory for a second, I think I did mention this in a previous lecture, but it's something worth coming back to, is that in certain places that are cold in the middle of the winter, people will go out with an axe, chop a square in the middle of the river or lake or wherever it is, and then they will take off all their clothes and jump in, and then jump out. Right? They're inducing the discomfort. They're over-exaggerating it intentionally, but it's not killing them. By the way, I don't recommend doing this. I think it's a little bit too extreme, but look, these are people that are already inured to the cold, and it's sort of a form of revenge. It's like, all right, you're cold, I'm cold too. Let's take this cold to the limit. Let's take it to the extreme. This is about the worst and stupidest thing anybody could do. This would be a catastrophe under normal circumstances and life-threatening, but I'm doing it in a controlled, ritualistic way. And I'm going to blast this topic of cold out of my life and my mind and everything else. And then you're setting a new baseline. Like, that is cold. Everything in between that and okay is, that's a wide spectrum now. And then they go back, and then it's an extreme, like they've set it up skillfully. So they've got a banya, they've got a little sauna there, or a sauna-like setup. Might be a tent with a raging fire, a teepee or a yurt or something. And then it's the extreme, so they were prepared, so it wasn't dangerous really at all. Although in some cases it is. Like I said, that is something, it's a shock to your system. I don't need shocks like that. I embrace my discomfort zone in other unskillful ways, or skillful ways. But that is sort of the procedure. So people are doing that about cold, but they're also getting catharsis also about just difficulties in general. Like life, when you jump into a frozen lake, at least inside, your horse, your inner animal, it freaks that animal out. That is the definition of a wake-up call. So that there's catharsis in that as well, because it might have been thinking about this or that, or it was angry because you suppressed this a couple of days ago, but once you jump into that cold water, all bets are off. It thinks you lost your mind. You ever throw a dog into, like a chihuahua or something like that, into a lake, and then just watch them? Like, it's like hot in the summer, and you throw it in a lake, and it's got a doggy paddle back. Then it shakes itself off. It sort of laughs it off. That's how your inner, your essential self acts too. Once you warm up to the fire, it's like, oh yes, this is nice. And then you have that catharsis, because all that, whatever was keeping it encrusted in some type of churlish state, that it snapped out of it, right? You snapped yourself out of it. And even if you didn't have anything you were intentionally trying to snap out of, you just had a feeling like there might have been something, you were just a little bit moody, or maybe tired, or depressed, or just something you couldn't really put your finger on. But after that, you feel that sort of high, like, whoa, okay. That was sort of like blowing your nose or something. If you have allergies or something, there's got all this dust, and you just don't, and then you clear your nose out or something, or it's dust. You open up a dusty drawer and you get hit with dust, and then you have to sneeze. And then afterwards, it's like, whew, okay, whoa. That's how it sort of works. It works in more of a mechanical way, see? We should think of these emotional responses in a certain sense as mechanical. This is a very helpful depersonalizing, de-identifying kind of Gurdjieffian, a sly practice. where you're not going in and addressing all of these things in a thinking way. It's just snapping yourself out of it mechanically. Now, again, the cutting, doing that, it's an elaborate ritual, but that's part of what makes it authentic. See, you also have to put in the work, and you will suffer more if you do it improperly. If you do that and the fire went out and you didn't notice it, and you come back, the level of terror is going to be that much more. What then? See, and the closer we get to death, the closer we get to life. You see, the closer we want, we find a renewed sense of our appreciation for life. We don't want to die. Like, we were pissed off before, but now we're going to die. Oh my God, no, we don't want to. What do we got to do? Right? Then we snap out of it. But if we don't believe it, if we're not authentically challenged, then it doesn't authentically happen. So that's why I say, yeah, discomfort zone. You need to embrace and perhaps increase, but in a skillful way, to create that snap out effect. Now that's just the general theory at this point, but I'm working on refining that. So it's like a Gorgivian pill. It's like you have a little case. You can take a little invisible pill or a little invisible button. I want to get away from pills. See, pills, they thought pills would cure everything when Gorgie started off. But let's do buttons instead, because it's more mechanical, it's more electromagnetic. You have a little button that you can push, and you might have a series of different buttons that you activate with your practice that keeps you snapped out of it. And you'll mix and match. You might do it sequentially, you might change, you might add a button, you might disable one. It's sort of DIY as you go. But those are also little cheat codes. No, why does that work? We don't know. Your thinking mind, it doesn't matter even if it did know. Get the rewards, have the raised frequency, experience catharsis, revitalize, renew, clean, care for your internal states of being, so that you're not causically bringing whatever it is that wasn't so nice, either out of the past or out of the cosmos, that you start conducting that in the places where it doesn't belong. And instead using whatever energy, perhaps dark matter, that is in the room, transmuting it into that gold, into that kind of changed perspective. Like, yeah, this is painful, but I've raised my awareness. And now that my awareness is raised, I'm not going to just focus it on terror, I'm going to focus on gratitude. Or I'm going to focus it on even greater awareness. And then I'm going to appreciate just the factor of awareness. Awareness with neutrality, clarity. Just clarity for the sake of clarity. No need to have anything more than that. Enjoyment of clarity. That is perfectly acceptable. Should you have arranged your life so that that's the main thing and that's what you're doing now, and you've reduced a lot of the externalities, then that's how you're experiencing this dimension, and it's something that is in and of itself good, without needing to prove itself or express itself or justify itself or explain itself. But on the other hand, it needs to be done skillfully, socially, and individually. So perhaps integrating more with people that think that way or prioritize those things rather than the other things, and then there's no conflict, there's no fight, there's no blame. It's sort of a voluntarily evolutionary kind of disengagement from aggravating things, no matter how they market themselves. Oh no, you have to pay attention to me, I'm very aggravating. Oh, really? I don't know. How aggravating can you be? I find noise pollution, for example, very aggravating. But there are things that can be done about that, including closing a very well-designed window that totally eliminates the noise. You've got noise-canceling headsets. You've got a lot of autonomy. You can also gravitate towards places that are less noisy because this world is still pretty big, even if we don't seem to think so if we never get out of the airports. A lot of people just live that way. They fly all over the place, but they're sort of staying close enough to the airports that they're still in the same culture. And they never really put down any roots in any place good. Just cartwheeling. But it's a big world out there, and it's a lot easier to survive than you might think if you have very few cravings by design. And although that path, if we say, well, if everybody did this, society would fall apart. Well, look, every society more or less allowed people to do this if they decided to do it. And you maybe won't be surprised to hear that most people didn't do it because it's not normal. What is normal is getting caught in loops and staying in them, and then heading into the garbage disposal, the cosmic garbage disposal, on a downward kind of trend. What is exceptional is supernormal, which is cultivating skillfulness in all matters, but especially the individual practice, which is the individual work, which is the full-time job, because one is then de facto a practitioner first, and perhaps a worldling not at all, but perhaps to a certain degree. But there's still possibility to interact with other practitioners, so it's not a rejection of society, it's a reestablishment of a good and rarefied society.